theory was gonna grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gonna get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been there once since day one, always on my job. I've never been a fake, never had to steal and rob, cause I do good business. I'm too good with it, and even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing, but I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life.
All right, y'all. Y'all know what's up, brother Gideon. Come on back up here, Brody. I'm trying to put us all up so we can be seen. I think I want us at the top. Here it is right here. Bang, just like that. Um, this is just a continuation of part one of what we was doing last night. I shared the link of the live in the comments. Come on up, come on through. Humble dope discussions. I think we left off on the Commission people and the Nubians, and what's the etymology and the definitions and things of that nature. We're gonna get back into it. I'm just waiting for everybody to get back up in here. Hey, and we're gonna get it popping. I appreciate y'all, by the way. Brother Tahuti, I appreciate you for being here. Brother Gideon, I appreciate you for being here. Again, this wouldn't be possible without y'all. And y'all don't know how much this means to a person like me. That y'all just allow me to be the face of y'all platform, man. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate the respect that y'all give me. And I just appreciate how y'all embrace me with open arms. That's much love. And listen, man, like I always tell people, I'm here to be valuable. You know what I'm saying? I'm not above correction. I'm not above, any helpful, insights anybody want to give me. If anybody want to, text me or get, hit me up on a back chat or whatnot, let me know. I drop my number in a private chat, or I get on I get on the people and hit you, DM you privately. So it is what it is, and I really appreciate you, brothers. I really do appreciate you, brothers.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Like I said, man, I've been checking it out for like the last several days, and you know, it's always it seems like it's definitely it be positive bills even in disagreements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like how y'all maneuver in that aspects. It's not a lot of panels I'll go on because a lot of times that's what it be. So, big up to that, but yeah, man, definitely.
Right, right. And while I'm at it, I want to give a shout out to Doula Concepts. My sister Issa Queen doing her thing. They coming as well. New faces in the door. I want to give a shout out, of course, to the Bomb Squad. Y'all seen my brother Ashe up here earlier, like I said. One thing we love to do is we love to get it in, definitely on this informational tip. We going to shout out to the Soul Tribe. That's my family right there. A1 Day One. That's my family right there. And so I gotta make sure I give my respects and my due diligence to the people who elevated me to this position to even allow me to have this opportunity. So I gotta make sure everybody's a part. I gotta make sure everybody eat.
Hold up.
Most
Hey,
definitely.
can I just clean up and finish up what I was saying about Nubia?
Yes, sir.
Because I want to add in another thing. So we gotta also be careful with being overcorrective and too literal. I'm not saying you in particular, but I'm saying that this ties into how can we trust the person and how can we know that they're valid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's overcorrective and too literal. A lot of
Right.
people, they get too literal and they say, "Oh, newbie is not a comedic term." Well, we know it's not a meta nature term, but again, it becomes useful when you want to connect Kemet and Kush.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Another thing too is just like I said on the other live stream, when you study in history, you don't necessarily have to know how to read the foreign language of the history that you studying. Now you do need to be familiar with key words, but you do not have to be literal in the whole entire language of the civilization's history that you studying because African
Mm-hmm.
teachings are figurative. So we have to know that our own eyes are the biggest and most significant things for veracity because if I see something is being demonstrated in the action scene or a figurine or whatever, but it's not really spelled out, just because it's not spelled out does not uh disqualify the whole entire action scene.
I mean, I would have to agree with that. Kind
Right.
of,
Most definitely.
yeah, as far as in general terms, because they get Nubia, Kush, Tassetti. I mean,
Peace
it's
and blessings. Peace and blessings.
it's all part of that. But what I would like to say about that is that what I find interesting when I hear people who speak on the history of Kemet and such is that from what I've gathered about the Nile Valley and as far as civilization spreading itself, we should attribute that to Kush, not Kemet. Now, what I would give Kemet is material culture was like predominant, and it's a lot of things that they produce that we can't replicate till this day. But again, that's all materialistic things. When I look at Nile Valley and the givers of civilization to mankind, I look at Kush. I look at the Kish people who are the Sumerians, and even some people attest and argue that Narma was a Sumerian. But that's neither here nor there to
Yeah,
my.
let me just briefly add to that. That's correct. To be honest with you, we the people who's supposed to be doing it correctly when it boils down to it is supposed to be Kushite Kemetic spiritual sciences. But as a euphemism, as a nuance, people will say Kemetic, and they'll always only emphasize Kemet because of the importance of taking that back as the Egyptologists don't want us to have that. So that's why we
push on Kemet, even though we know it is from Kush. A lot of African people are owe their contributions to Kush, and that's why I said the word more, the term more that the Romans invented is actually it comes from Moro in Sudan because that legacy is so important for a lot of African people.
And when you said that earlier, I wasn't one to be so quick to dismiss that because we do see a connection with that with the Moors. But I would say the main population of Moors would be Carthaginians. But somebody's echoing.
Yeah. Hey, brother. Real fast. Let me introduce the brother Dahamini. Yeah, you got a little echo, but there you go.
Hey,
What's
hey,
up? What's
wait,
up,
wait. What's
brother?
up with you, bro? You know this Kufu, Ra Kufu.
My man Rakufu in the building. Oh man, you done made my day, Rakufu. You don't even know, bro. I got Rakufu in the building. Oh
What's up?
man, we got Rakufu in the building, y'all. Hold on, what's real fast, y'all know I gotta do my honorary. Hey, Rakufu, I'm dropping my own bombs now. What they talking
Man,
about?
I appreciate it, God.
I'm dropping my own bombs now. What they talking about, Brody? What's up? Let's get my brother Rakufu up in here. What's up, brother? Get it in, brother. How you
Okay, I
feeling?
just want. I'm gonna be back on your panel. I'm about to go to work, but I seen it, so I had to jump on real quick and support. But I will be back later. I wanted to ask the main subject right now. What are you guys dealing with right now on this panel?
So right now we're dealing with Nubia and Kush and Kemet and how they identify themselves and all of the interior that went into Kemet being an entity all on his own outside of being birthed from Nubia.
Okay, look, I got something for you. I want you to do some research on it, and I'll talk to you about it later. It's called Dookie Cow.
Mhm.
Doukkigel, but the gel is pronounced kale, and it's a society found in South, I believe, South. It's in Nubia. It's either in Lower Nubia or Upper Nubia. It's just been found. They got this whole temple complex, and so it's added to the story of Nubia and the people of Central and Southern Africa. So if you get a chance, if the French and the Sudanese government collaborated on this archaeological dig.
Okay, what is it called again?
Dookie Gale.
All right, GAL.
No, let me start off. Dookie is Doukki
All right, KKI.
space space. Then it's GEL, but the gel is pronounced like kale, like a kale.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Dookie Kel.
Okay, gotcha. I'm most definitely gonna get into that a little later.
All
I
right, peace to the panel,
appreciate you,
family. I'll
brother.
be back soon. No worries.
All right, all right, all right.
Shalom, shalom. What's good?
We got the boss in the building, brother A1 in the
Peace,
building.
y'all. Peace, y'all. Did y'all hear? Was I snapping
I
unmuted
muted you,
earlier?
brother. You know I got your back, bro. You know I got your back. It wouldn't be brother humble if I wasn't on
Man,
point, bro.
I appreciate you, man. Uh, life.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we listen. We know. I know.
I don't
Listen,
know
when
what
I
I
don't see,
said, but
I
I
got
ain't
this
say nothing
ring
too
on my
crazy,
finger.
but
No, no, no. We ain't listen. They ain't even get a chance to hear you. I got you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm like, what happened? Like, we
Yeah.
didn't much see that, hear that.
No, and I was waking my peoples up. They got an attitude with me. I was just like
Hey man, life be
adorable
life.
shit. Adorable shit.
Yeah, and I just started over because we was hitting 11 minutes, we was hitting 11 hours over there, and so I ain't want our video to be deleted.
Oh
So I
yeah, I
was
was
like,
back
let me
by
shut it
then.
down.
And then it
Yeah,
just got silent. I was sitting there listening, working on graphics, and it got quiet. And I looked up, like, dang, it's over. Where everybody go?
yeah. I was like, nah, man, look, let's keep it going. We was having some great conversations. We got brother Jose back in the building. We got Big Titan back in the building. What up? What up? What up, y'all?
So
Man, I ain't gonna lie really fast, y'all. Public service announcement really fast, and then I got y'all with the floor. That right there just made my day. Y'all don't even know. Man, I got Rakufu to come up in the building. That's crazy. But go ahead. I think Tahuti was speaking, if I'm not mistaken.
That was me. I just want to show you guys the proper
Oh,
no in
okay.
the
You want
dictionary.
me to pop this up on the stage?
Yeah, pop that up on the stage and let me just show you quick, and then you could.
Zoom in.
I need to zoom in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to for us. Yes,
Is that better?
a little bit more won't hurt.
Wow.
Okay.
Right.
That's great.
Now I need to actually find the word. Let me show you the word right here. This is the word right here. You see it here, right?
Hmm.
And that's an N, a B, and a W. There is no U in there. Just to show you. Right? So, and this is actually a gold chain. So
Yes.
that's the glyph. And this is the transliteration. So I'm going to stop sharing. I'm showing you guys there is no U. Somebody made that up.
Okay.
So you can't
All
go by
right. So
everything.
just as somebody pointed out before, the U and the W are the same thing in linguistics. They're
So how
interchangeable.
would you pronounce so Jose? How would you
Somebody
pronounce that
made that
word?
up. The indigenous people
Jose.
didn't have no U in it. So
Jose. So how would you
the
pronounce
indigenous people didn't have no
the
U in it.
how would you pronounce the U vowel in Egyptian?
There is no vowel in that word. There's an N, a B, and a W. And most
So
words
when
do not translate.
so
Most of
touch
them do not
Mo
transliterate
so
with vowel.
Mose how what that O in it could it be a U, that O, or is it just strictly O?
I didn't show you. Oh, I showed you an N, a B, and a W. There were no vowels
No,
in that
I'm
word.
saying, you see the name Moses, Mose.
We don't know what the vowel is because there are no
Bro,
vowels
bro, bro,
translated.
bro, bro, bro. Stick with me, stick with me. You see Mose, see the Mo, the O in it that you see in his name. Could that become a U, or is that strictly a O?
That is a Egyptological convention to try to pronounce the word with vowels. When you look at it in the indigenous
Yo, you
language,
didn't answer the question, you know that, right?
hold on, they have a glyph for M and an S and an S. There's no O or there's no E. Somebody put that in
So,
there.
Amun. So, how would they pronounce Amun?
Uh, it would have an I, an M, and an N.
Yeah, but that's root word. You can't. That means I could say Amen. What is the difference from Amun and Amen?
The difference is they're adding vowels to try to pronounce the word. There's only
What do you
one
mean
vowel in the
adding
original
vowels? The
language,
vowels
which is
is
an
there
I.
to pronounce the word. There has
There's
to be
only
vowels to
one
pronounce.
there's only one vowel in the end, and it's an I.
So in West Africa, when they got the kings naming themselves after the deity Amun, are they wrong?
I never said that.
So then, when you said there's only I, so are you trying to say it's Amen? That's like a vowel as
They
well.
say it could be possibly an I, possibly an A,
So
depending on what's there.
regarding
Could be either one.
regarding the folk that use the third vowel, the U vowel, are they wrong
In terms of what?
No, it wouldn't be
in
if I may really
pronunciation?
fast. If I may really
They are
fast.
they are imputing vowels on the majority of the words that they transliterate. Because
All
I'm
outside
right,
not
of
for
all
English,
right.
repeat that
that's
again. I didn't hear
Hold
you.
on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Big Titan, because I want to answer your question. Right?
Go.
It could be a vocalization thing, right? Because we know the metal nature used consonants is a consonantal language, just like the earlier Hebrew, right? It was a consonantal language. So
Yeah.
when you're saying that they're adding things in there, of course, later people came and added in to make the language easier to speak and
Correct.
understand. Now, before the vowels were added, we understood what was what by the context it was used in.
And that's what I mean by being overcorrective and too literal because we so compelled to compete for validation. It's just we so quick to say, "Oh, that's wrong. You made that up." Nah, we telling you that when it comes to linguistics, right, and lexicon, and just what uh Humble said, these other later people are adding vowels to the word. So how can it be that they made it up just because they added a corresponding vowel to the word?
in some instances you will see vowels in the word, but in most cases you will not. There is an I or possibly an A already in there.
That would
Off
be
has
that
an
would
A
be
already in it.
right,
So
but
the
that would
A
be in
becomes there.
consideration of what they would think of vowel. See, this is the issue really fast. This is the issue, and y'all heard me talk about this. I've been on a rant about this for a couple hours now, but the Eurocentric way of thinking, right? We can't keep viewing away we view things, right? So we can't then go and say, oh, well, we'll see vowels in there because we will see somebody somebody hold up. All right, there you go. So we can't say they got vowels because they are using letters that we would consider vowels. Maybe they wouldn't have considered those letters vowels, right? So we might see a W, right? Or Y. You know, sometimes in our language, a Y is considered a vowel. Or Y probably not considered a vowel in their language. You see what I'm saying? So we can't keep putting our constructs on what they were doing. We have to take what they were doing at face value and work with that and how much we can understand with that. So there's going to be a lot of differences into how we speak and how we view our language today and how they dealt with that language back then because it was a total different system.
I can't lie though, you definitely have to know the Coptic as well to delve
No,
into the ancient Egyptian.
no, that's not
Because,
true.
bro, respectfully, Jose, there's a lot of
No.
Coptic words I find in my language, and it attests to the truth that you kind of do need. You can't go way too ancient. You need like a middle ground, bro. You need to know what was there
I'm
before you
with
go to
you.
the ancient.
I'm with you. But we, as modern people, don't really know how the language was pronounced. So they're
Bro.
putting forth an Egyptological pronunciation key and using Coptic as a possible pronunciation. But you have to
No,
keep in
but
mind,
it's on point though. I can't lie. There's some words you find in the Akan that is literally Coptic words. It's on point to the T.
okay, I'm not denying that, but we don't really know the pronunciation. Is it
So
Egyptological
for
pronunciation?
example,
We don't know
you
what it
would
sounds like.
pronounce, for example, you would pronounce netter, correct?
Yes.
In my language, which is close to it will be close to the Coptic. It would be entor, which is the same meaning, a deity, but we understand it as a deity and an ancestor,
Right.
paternal heritage,
But that could
paternal
possibly,
ancestor.
but that could possibly be true. That could possibly not be true. We
So
don't know for
you got the u vowel in it. So
right, but we don't know for sure.
when you're negating to Nubia, it's like, do you get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but we don't really know necessarily based on the language being extinct for a certain amount of time. We don't know the exact pronunciation. We're
What we
guessing.
do know is you would have to go to the people of that region. You're not going to go to someone from Japan. You're not going to go to a native Indian. You're not going to go to a Russian. You're
Not
going to
disagree.
go to the people in the closest proximity to that region.
Not
So
disagree.
even if you have variations, it's only a reality. Like, bro, even in Arabic here, there, you know how different types of Arabic you have? Not obviously you've got its one root and then you've got variants, and it's okay to have variants, bro. You know
No
what I mean?
no disagreement there. But once again, Coptic is 50% Greek. So that's still a
Bro,
far
there's Greek
cry
words
from
in the
anything.
Akan. To say look, to say a crab in my language, yeah, is okoto, yeah. In Greek, it's ketos. It's a sea animal. And that's just one. I've not even started, bro. Do you know the amount of Greek words I can find in my language?
Okay,
Like, bro.
I'm not gonna argue with that. They have Greek and Latin words in English too. So I'm not gonna argue.
Well, even when we say day, we say da. That's Latin, days.
I'm with
Like,
you.
bro, come on, man. It don't matter if it has 50% Greek. If anything,
It
we
does.
need
It
the
certainly
Greek.
does. It
We do
certainly does.
need them kind of languages anyway to
That's
validate
us.
our argument.
That's a
If I
big
may,
thing.
really fast. If I may, really fast. That's also why we have to do a lot of cultural correction because of the Greek influence that has been put on this. My bad, my bad, my bad. Look at me moving too fast. Because of the Greek influence that's put on this, right? So, for an example, before we had the Greek influence, right? Everyone in Kemet understood what the Neteru were. It wasn't until the Coptic joint came until they started understanding or calling, and then they was appropriating the Neter with gods and things of that nature. So people started going around calling the Neteru gods. So this is the issue when we be saying, "Oh well, this is Greek, or we got to go to the Greek for this." So we get no, man. They messed up a whole lot of stuff that we have to correct even to this day.
And this is the point that I'm making. When you look at Egyptology, they're telling you a whole set of Greek names that have nothing to do with the indigenous people. Those are outside words that we should not be using. You're insulting your culture when you're calling the thing a pyramid, which is named after a rice cake. A cartouche is a gun cartridge, the opposite of what the Shenu means. So why are we using those words? Then argue with me and telling me Greek is in the language. So what? That has nothing to do with it. That's nothing to do with
But
it.
at the same time, we understand where you're coming from, but you do understand that for layman's terms, you have to use those words, just like Nubia. If we having a conversation with somebody who never read a book, you know what I'm saying, somebody who's not familiar with the word Kemet, but they're familiar with Nubia, that word right there is helpful only in the sense of making them understand the connection between Kemet and Kush.
That's a factual
The word
statement. That's
pyramid
why.
becomes useful for a person who does not who is not really ready or has no exposure to metal nature.
Right.
Right.
That's a factual statement. That's why I had to concede when, Jose was like, well, we will call it Tassetti. Okay. I see I'm sitting with people who actually know a little about the history, so I can concede on that. All right, you know about Tassetti, we can have that conversation. But for the ones who don't know about Tassetti, the ones who don't know about, the Kushites or the Kosh and things of that nature, we have to use the lamest terms just so they can at least get equated with it, right? Now, for the shin, right, and the cartouche, um, that right there, I will always say needs a correction, always. And the reason is right, and that's one of those things. People say, "Oh, well, we always gotta be." We have to, because people use those things and don't even understand the ramifications and how the ancients use shins. So, they'll take a piece of information. Oh, well, only humans' names are in shins. And then they'll go and say, oh, well, what about the kings? Listen, you got Ray and you got this person and all that names is in shins too. So were they literal? And they just don't understand the culture behind that.
What humble?
People are talking about, I'm gonna land my plane. So I feel like when people are talking about cartouches, I feel like they should always be corrected, because that in of itself is just a misappropriation. Like all of that is just a misappropriation, because you can get so much misinformation from just talking about that word in a conversation, right? Like for an example, right? If I was to come up here and say, well, only human names are found in cartouches, that's because I don't know that the proper name of it is a shin, and I've never studied the antiquity, right, before the Greeks and them got there. So I wouldn't be aware when they were talking about my aunt, and my aunt name was in a shin, but I know that's meaning anthropomorphic. That's not meaning literal. So that's why when we had these conversations, we have to know the discussions that we're talking about from a scholastic manner, because when we're speaking, we can make so many slip ups that somebody can go say, see, you don't understand this point right here. When if only they took the due diligence to, you know what I'm saying, really express, okay, well, I could break this down. So that's why I always say, man, that's why I was telling Big Cosmo earlier, hey, you got to be careful when you breaking down this book, man, because you're using a lot of words that if I was to go back to religiosity, I could say you taking all these words from there. And then what does that make you? That makes you another spook on a coop, right? So this is why we have to be careful when we're making these arguments. I'm gonna open up the floor back up.
Right. But when we talk about Shenu,
I like to get in queue whenever you put me there, brother.
only the ruler's name appeared in a Shen, and he was synonymous with nature, the determinative
A priest as well. A
for the
priest as well,
ruler.
Josie. A
The,
priest.
the determinative for a ruler was a nature, and only the ruler's name appeared in the Shen. The priests were not synonymous with nature. Only the ruler and the nature had that particular determinative.
When
If
you
you
mean the
understand,
Shen, you're talking about that circle thing, correct?
yes, and only the
Yeah,
ruler's
no,
name
you
will
have
keep
priest
ending,
name, man.
meaning may he
Give
live.
me 2 seconds, man. Give me 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think he must have said he was going to step away. Go ahead.
He said give him 2 seconds.
No.
I actually want hold on really fast. We got my brother Ashe on a panel, and my brother Ashe is most definitely an adept in this subject matter. So I most definitely want to hear what the brother Ashe have to say on this particular subject matter. Go ahead, brother Ashe.
Yeah, in the case of like a shin or a shinu, plural, of course, far as what y'all was talking about the difference, yeah, he's absolutely right. Cartouche coming from a French word cartridge. Yeah, absolutely. So you gotta have a shinu. Now, far as what's inside of the shinu, there are many names inside of shinus. There is not just ruler names inside of shinus. You see names of deities inside of shinus. You see names of priests inside of shinus as well. Now
Show me one, Ashe.
what I will say also, hold on 1 second. What I will also say, far as linguistically, with the Medo Neter and other Egyptian languages being type it grouped together in the Proto-Semitic language family, I'm on the side of Shin is a cognate of the Semitic word Shem or Sem, which only simply means name. When you go into the Akkadian, you see the word Shemu. So of course these M's and these N's also in these pre-Semitic languages, the M and the N is interchangeable, just like we were talking about earlier with the U and the W, L's and R's, as far as transliterating them. So that Shin and that Shin, I'm on the side of that both just simply meaning name.
So Ashe, I want you to show me what you just said, that there are deities names within Shenu.
There,
Priest names in Shenu. I want you to show that to me. And if you show me that, then I'll apologize. I want you to show me an attestation of that. Because I don't know that to be true.
One thing we can't do when we piecing together our history is appeal to ignorance. So a lot of time, and that's why I say we can't be overcorrective and too literal
No,
when
I'm
it
asking a
comes,
question.
because
It's fair for me to
I
ask
know
a
you're
question.
asking the question, but I'm just saying that we just got to keep that in mind.
So am I wrong? He challenged me and said I'm wrong, but I wanted to show me if I'm wrong, and I'll apologize. I've never seen it. I've only seen the names of the royals, particularly in those channels. And when you see that, you know that that person is of royal blood. So I want him to show me something different, then I will apologize. That's a fair question. You don't think so?
Yeah, who's able to share their screen right now? I'm my apologies right
Hold
now.
on
I
1
can't share
second.
my screen.
Hey, listen, y'all. Listen. Hey, y'all know I'm on it, man. Y'all know I'm on it, man. Y'all know I'm on it. Hold on. Let's read this real fast. All right. Can y'all see the screen? All right. Are there priest names and deity names in Shanuz and Kemet? Yes. Ancient Kemet records from Kemet or Kemet contain numerous priest names and deity names written in Shanu. Cartouches, y'all know, X that word out. Typically reserved for royal names and other hieroglyphic contexts. Priest names. Priests often both Theophoric names incorporating deity elements appearing in temples, inscriptions, stelae, and genealogies. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier about even using the word cartouche. Hold on, somebody got an echo.
I should say.
All right, no problem. So this is what I was talking about earlier about even using the word cartouche, right? Because if I'm using the French word cartouche, then I'm only going off of it's only reserved for real names. But then when I learned that it's a Chenu, right? Then I learned that okay, well, not only does it incorporate priest names, but deity names, but it also incorporate the deity elements appearing in temples, inscriptions, steles, genealogies, right? So you probably from a certain point on, you probably would never see my aunt name in a cartouche. But before a certain period, you would see my aunt name in a Shanu. See what I'm saying? So that's why we have to correct these things. So let's get into it. It say examples include Akenfurense Kemet, right? He lived for Sekhmet, a 21st dynasty high priest of Ptah, and Chemuest, the son of Ramses II. So these are people whose names are in Shins, who were high priestess.
Right. But the second one is a royal. He's Ramses II's son.
Yeah.
So he is
But
royalty.
hold
The
on.
first one may
hold
have or
on.
may not have been, I don't know. But the second one was royalty.
Right. It say the high priest of Ptah.
And it
So
also said the son of Ramses II, so he's
right.
royalty.
So hold on. So not only was he the son of Ramses II, but he was also the high priest of Ptah. See, this is when we talked about, and I also want to get Brother Ashe to also go into the Nitsubitis had multiple titles. So we can't just say, okay, well, this was just the son. All right, well, this is just what's going on here. No, they were also high priestesses. They were also medicine people. They were
I'm
also
with you.
so we
But I'm
have to
making the point that
understand that.
but I'm making the point
Land my
that
plane right here.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
we have to understand that these names were placed in Shanus for various reasons, and only when you get the context do you understand or do you grasp why they were put in Shanus.
I mean,
Go ahead,
even if
go ahead,
Right.
brother.
I mean, just go to Ankhenaten shit. Like Ankhenaten, literally, and it's funny because you were just having a debate with the brother about that about last month and a half ago. That when you even go in Ankhenaten's cartouche, right, you're going to see the Aten's name in a double cartouche below, and not as a descriptor. It's not as a way of talking about Akhenaten, no, because we all know that Akhenaten put a clear distinction between him and what he understood the Aten was. Actually, he has the entire name for the Aten, the Ra Hakaati. You literally see that. So it's a double shimu. And you see the name of the I-10 disc below Akhenaten's name, not as a descriptor, but as the name for the I-10.
You do know, but once again,
really fast, brother. Hold on 1 second. Hey, brother Ashe, can you also touch on the Nisubiti having multiple roles?
The Nisubiti is a he is a Netri as well.
Right.
The Nisubiti is the 10th after the 9. So that we're talking about the representation of Haru on Earth. Yeah, I mean, so and also we're talking about the balancing of Ma'at. So he was supposed to be the king, the priest of all priests, the priest over all the priesthood was the Nisubiti. The Nisubiti was the representation of Haru on the planet, and he also was responsible for restoring and maintaining Ma'at. Hence, you see a lot of the Nisubitis literally holding the Ma'at Isles in their hands, not only in statue form, but also on hieroglyph form as well. So that was the role that Nisubiti was responsible of as a Netcher on the planet. So yeah.
Most definitely. I appreciate that, brother Ashe. Most definitely. Go ahead. Tahuti, was you speaking?
So the only thing is I just want to bring up you to bring up an image of the name.
Which name?
Anyone, you can do the one that you were talking about in his cartouche.
Go to the Ankhenaten Ra-Harakti.
Got you.
Hor as in like H-O-R Rakti. R-A Khty, I believe.
You got one here.
I got you. Hold on.
But the quick point I want to make is you can see in the Ren what it's depicting. So a lot of times it will have an ibis in it. It will include Ra, right? So visually you can tell that deity names are in a cartouche or a Shinring.
Absolutely.
You don't really have to go to AI and stuff like that. It's helpful, and I'm not knocking you for it, but and that's why I say, like, when you say something's wrong, you have to know it's wrong, and when you make that challenge, you have to know why it's not that.
But once again, to
That's
Houthi,
all I wanted to say.
he showed one priest in a Shenu, right? Then he showed another one who was actually a royal. So it's possible that the first one could have been a royal as well, because they have a lot of royals who were priests of Amun.
So if
So
y'all see, did y'all see what I just did? So hold on. Let me go on to it. Matter of fact, this one is more clear. So let me go in here real quick. And I'm gonna zoom in. Okay. I'm gonna go up, zoom in. Okay. These right here are names that are in Shenus. Right? Over here, right, we'll see the name of my eye. Or I think it's wait. Is this the name of my eye right here? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't know what you're doing, but nothing is zooming in. Nothing is zooming in, you know.
Oh, nothing is zooming in. That's crazy.
I don't know what you're doing.
Hold on.
Well, what I can say, hold on, wait. What I can say for us on StreamYard, we can manually zoom in on our phones or on the laptop. We can manually zoom in on the screen. Y'all know that, right?
But he didn't even pick anything to zoom in on.
Hold on, I did. Hold on, it was right here. Oh, hold on, no, it wasn't right here. Hold on, I was zooming in. I gotta remember that when I'm sharing my screen and it changes the thing, that it doesn't automatically change what I'm looking at. So that'd be my fault, y'all. I gotta remember that because I was zooming in right here. Look, I got you. Bam, I'm zooming in right here. You see that? Y'all see that zoomed in right there now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so these are names in Shanuz, right? And if I'm not mistaken, one of the other of these actually gives you the name of my eye. So we can't just say that only physical human beings' names are mentioned in Shanuz.
Where do you see a Shenu there? Zoom in on that.
These are Shanuz? What in the world?
Those are not Shenu.
These are not Shanuz?
Zoom in more and let me see.
Don't worry about it.
You don't need to zoom in. You don't need to zoom.
Those are not Shenu.
Don't worry about it. You see
those are not
what I'm doing? Hold on. You see what I'm doing? So I'm right now screenshotting this, right? And this is where AI do become helpful, because what you can do with AI is you can screenshot that, and then, and I'm gonna go back here really fast. I already got my screenshot. I'm gonna unscreenshot this. So I'm gonna screenshot that, and I'm gonna put it in my AI, and I'm gonna ask, "Is this a Shanu?"
No, just go to the Armarna. Go to the Armarna. Akhenaten double Shanu for the I-10.
The Armarna double. I got you. Hold on.
The double Shanu for the I-10.
You do realize several of his family members had the name Aten in it, including him, right? His wife.
This is the hot. It's not gonna work like that, though, brother. No, this is actually going to show you.
All right, hold on. I got it up right here. Can y'all see? Is it zooming in? Oh, I got some static in the background.
Yeah, no, you zoomed in.
All
Yep,
right, so you can
right
see
there.
me.
The Raharakti. Raharakti. This it gives it's given the whole description of the full formal name of the.
What just happened?
Oh no, he probably dealing with something. He probably had to mute up real fast. But yeah, most definitely, it's we can see it right there where it's given the whole description. So this right here, it goes back to what um I think so Hootie was saying about being trying to be too
No,
correct.
that's a real name.
Yeah.
That is a real name with the name Aten in it. That's not a deity. That's one of their names. Both of them are real names.
Wait, who name is
When you see the Shenu, anytime you see a Shenu, that's a royal name. That's not a deity. It would have the deity name in it. Like
That's
Aten.
what we're saying. We're not saying that. We're not saying that a
But having the
cartouche is
deity
a
name,
whole entire deity. We
right,
saying that
but the deity's
it
name,
includes deifications
right.
in it.
But the deity name is a human name. They're not talking about a deity specifically.
I don't think he was arguing that.
But he's wrong. They're not talking about a deity. They're
No,
talking about a human with a deity name. That's not the same thing.
no, nobody. All right, so
Those are humans. Those are not
so what you're
in the sense that you're
so
talking
what
about.
your misunderstanding is when we look at this, this is not always talking about physicality. That's the point we're making.
Well, prove me wrong that that's not a human.
Because you just said out your own mouth, right? That when the deity's name is mentioned here, right, it's actually a part of a human's name.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not talking about a deity. It's talking about a royal human, not a deity.
So are you saying that Asar, his argument that is symbolizing the deity and not the person? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you would never see Asar's name in a Shenu when you're talking about the deity. It doesn't appear that way. You only see it when it's in human names. Never
Are you
appears
using
any
Asar
other
as
time.
an example, or are you saying only Asar?
None of them would appear that way.
Yeah, and
Shadows are
that's what I'm saying.
never
Your argument getting a
appear.
little convoluted right now because I
No,
think you
because
just
he just read some
overcorrected.
right. He just read something. He said one of them said there was a priest whose name was in a Shenu, and then the second one said that the priest was Ramses II's son. So we recognize that sometimes these priests are royals. That's why you see their name in Shenu.
But then sometimes
But
priests are
that's the
not royal.
exception. But hold on, that's the exception to the rule. You generally don't see priests named in Shenus. You would never see that.
So that's why we have to have this proper understanding.
Right.
Because
But
But
you
I'm
see
not
when
wrong and
hey
you're not wrong.
Jose,
Two things are true, but
hey
hold on.
Jose,
Two
you
things
see
are
when he says
both things are true at the same time. But there's an exception to the rule when you see
eh,
those priests named. Those are royals. Those are not regular people.
humble mystic.
yeah.
Hey,
The
humble
average priest
mystic.
name will never appear
Yeah,
that way.
hold on 1 second, Jose. Yeah, go ahead, Tootie.
Humble
Nah,
mystic.
that
So
wasn't me. It
so
was somebody else.
you
Oh,
see the
go ahead,
priest name
Tahuti.
within the
Who am I
cartouche.
getting? Oh, Big Titan.
You
I
see the
apologize, Big Titan. I didn't even see you down there. My bad, bro. Go ahead, Big Titan.
yeah, I was saying, you see the priest name within the cartouche, yeah?
Yeah.
Would it be a deity's name? Yeah, I was showing it. Didn't you not see? I was showing it on the screen.
We're
Yeah.
not
Hold on.
I'm not
Let me bring
disputing
it out. Hold on.
I'm not disputing that, but it's not describing a deity. It's describing a human
Hold on.
with a deity's name. It's not the same thing.
And that's what I'm saying by you getting
Yeah,
In
look,
that sense,
look.
overcorrected, man. Like you
Can you
gotta
not see?
stop
Look,
doing that.
can you
no.
not see the screen? Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
humble mystic. Is that correct? Can you see?
Yes. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Let me blow it up for you. Go ahead. Yeah, we can see it.
And what is that?
Hold on. That
It says
says.
priest
Go ahead. Read what it
of
say.
Amun, but read the name. Read the name. But it's a priest of Amun, but read that name.
Right, that's his name.
A house of Netata'ut. But
The
this
house
is
That's
is
his
at the
name.
of
That's his name.
Thebes. So
But
that
the Per
that
is not
means
part
this
of
is
his
a
name.
priest,
The Per is not part of
if
his
I'm
name.
not mistaken.
The Per is not part of his name.
No,
The Per is not part of his name.
it's house.
But it's not part of his name.
I know.
It's not in the
It
Shenu.
means house.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
not
not part of his
saying
name.
it's part of his name.
right. I don't think nobody is saying that.
So
But what
who's
he
Ta'ut?
is saying, go ahead,
So
brother.
who's
Go ahead.
Ta'ut
Tell him
then?
what you're saying.
So is he just a priest or is he a royal?
So who's
That's my
Ta'ut,
question.
Jose?
Is he just a priest or is he a royal? That's my question.
And the thing, it says the temple of the high priestess of Amun.
I'm asking you a question.
Thebes.
Is he a royal
So
or is he just
it's not
a priest?
associating it with Tahuti.
That's not my question. I said, is he
It
just a royal?
just says high priest.
It just says high priest.
High
So it doesn't say
priestess.
he's
High
royal.
priestess. Sorry,
So it
high
doesn't say she's
priestess.
royal. So it doesn't say she's royal.
Bro, it's not, it's can you give me time to talk, bro? It says per neta ta'ut. Now she's a priestess of Amin Ra. Now, if it was what you're saying, she should be per not per. It should be named per neta Amin Ra. Yeah, but this is per neta Ta'ut, who's a high priestess of Amin Ra at Thebes.
That's not
So
my question.
Is
she just a priestess or is she a royal? That's my question. Right, it doesn't say that. It says she just.
You see the glyph? You see the glyph?
But she would be a high priest, which is a royal
priest.
priest.
See the person raising hands in the glyph?
No. Being a priest doesn't make you royal.
Hands. What's that?
Being a priest doesn't make you royal. Being a priest makes you a priest.
Humble
mystic.
mystic.
It's a high position, but it's not.
I said a high priest. If you are a high priest,
hold on 1 second.
You are royal.
It does not make you royal. It does not.
Hold on one mic. Somebody wanted to ask me a question.
You see, humble. You see, the glyph of the person raising their hand. Is that a priest?
Right here. Yeah, hold on. Let me go to it.
No. Let me show you. Hold on.
Go ahead. Hold on. Let me put you on the big
screen. If you
go
could
ahead.
Screenshot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you see here.
Yeah.
So what's Jose talking about then?
I don't know. That's
nigga.
Let me add something as well.
So we got someone.
So in order, real briefly, in order to be a high priest, right? You're carrying out certain duties for the Naisut Bidi, and they're often related to royal actions and duties and tasks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you are a high priest, you are in fact a royal. You are part of the royal connection for the ancient Kemetic U.
Right.
That's not true. In order to be royal, you could be born or you could be adopted into the family. High priest doesn't make you royalty.
That's not what I'm saying. Yo, what are you? So look, we can verify it. We can verify it, bro.
You can be adopted.
I don't know. I think you're just being overcorrective.
You can be born into royalty. You can't just say because you have a position.
Jose, you do know you have royal slaves. You do know this, right?
You have what?
As a royal slave.
There's no such thing. There's no word for slavery in ancient Kemet whatsoever.
No, I'm talking about you do have the notion of a royal slave.
There's no such word as slave in the ancient Kemetic language.
Not word. I mean, like the role, that's a reality. That
it doesn't mean slave. It means servant, not slave.
Okay, servant, slave, whatever. Depending on what language you're speaking in, it's the same word. In my language, in the tree language, servant, slave, same thing.
I'm talking about in ancient Kemet. There is no.
But we've got ties to ancient Kemet.
Also,
well, then you have no
Bidi
making that up.
Is considered the highest of a high priest.
No argument there.
We know.
So
He's the
why?
highest
So why are
anointing.
you arguing that a high priest is not a part of the royal
Now you're
connection?
being ridiculous. You're trying to use the
How?
exception
You
as the
can
rule.
verify all this stuff.
Then the suit biddy is the exception to every rule. Every rule that they
All I'm
have to
saying
hold
is
you.
a high priest
That's a bad example, bro.
has
That's a
a
very bad example.
royal.
That's a very
So
bad
you being
example.
overcorrective because now yeah.
You're
All right,
reaching.
cool.
You're taking the
Call
individual.
me when
Hold
you
on one
done, humble
second,
mystic.
y'all.
Yo, you want to be a
You're
pseudo
taking it.
killer so
You're
bad, bro.
taking no. You're taking
Hold
the.
on one second. I just realized. We got Big Brother Yara Black Sage on the panel. What's up, Big Brother Black Yara? What's up, Brother Black Sage?
Hey, I say what's good, family. Peace to y'all,
I
man.
say, let me say this
Savon.
real quick before you speak,
Peace,
y'all. Rob,
peace,
just real
y'all,
quick.
Rob,
Yeah,
Just be
go
brother.
ahead.
safe. When you done, humble mystic, it's urgent that you call my phone.
I got you, brother. I got you.
So Tahuti's gonna take the exception to every rule and make it the rule. He can't do that because the ruler was the exception to every rule. So that's a bad example. He was the exception to every rule. He was the ultimate authority. He didn't have to go through what you had to go through because he was already born divine. So that's a bad example that you're using there. Very
All
bad.
right. So
The
what type of evidence,
Hold on,
right, or
before y'all get in
indication do
there. Before
you?
y'all get in there, hold on one second. I want Brother Yara to, I want Brother Yara to get in here. I want him to introduce himself and say what's up. What's up, Brother Yara?
What's good, family? Y'all, man. I'm just interested, man. It's an interesting bill, man. So I don't want to get in their way, man. Y'all continue to build, but I do want to say though, I kind of agree with brother Jose. And Jose, no, we. I mean, he ain't called me in a minute though, but I'm gonna get at him about that. But we do have some discussions on Kemet, so this ain't just me jumping in, being part of the conversation. I
What's
do
good?
actually
Mark? What's
study.
good?
I do actually study ancient Kemet a lot. I think that there's a slight difference. I think y'all kind of on the same page, to be honest. But I do know there's a difference between a um, a Shanu and a Shin. There's a slight difference. And the Shanu is the elongated version of the Shin ring when the pharaoh's name or a person's name is actually included in the
You,
protective or the order of the ring, right? That is in, right? So I think y'all kind of on the same page. So when you do see a Necher's name in the elongated version of the Shin or the Shinu that is called, then you will see like maybe the throne name of the Nishut along with a Necher's name. Most of the times you'll see Mayat because they're the protectors of Mayat. They're supposed to uphold Mayat.
there
So
you
you
go.
can see that in the Shanu ring, the elongated version of the older Shin ring, which is more circular
Well,
um in it.
I don't want. I want you damn near right, but nah. Well, you right in the sense of a Shanu probably would look as if it's longer because Shanu is plural. When you're dealing with the metal netre and you put U's at the end of a word, it makes it plural, as in the case of Kemetu U, Neteru, Shinu. Shin is just singular. So yeah, it should look smaller. And when you're dealing with a Shinu, now you're dealing with multitude. So the U's damn near right, but Virus, when you said like a Shin is just older and the Shinu maybe newer and the
I, but
the shape that was kind of that you
you do
it's
know,
just Shanu. Shanu is just simply plural. Shin is just singular. That's all
but
it is.
you do know when he read the source for AI, it said a Shanu like, right?
So really
That
fast, hold
there's
on one
distinction
second,
that
y'all.
it's like a Shanu, but not exactly.
One mic, really fast. Hey, brother Ashe, I'm charging my phone right now. As soon as my phone charge up, I'm gonna call you back. I'm gonna most definitely hit your phone, and I'm gonna text your phone, brother A1. As soon as my phone charge up.
So you are aware, Homer, that it said Shanu like, right? In your source. Not exactly the same, right? It did
No,
say
it never said Shanu like when I brought that
it
up.
did. Yes, it
What I
did.
miss? Humble. Everything
It
good?
did say Shanu
Oh
like.
no,
And if you bring it up, it will say that.
everything most definitely good. I'm I'm about, as soon as my phone charge, I'm gonna have to make a phone call, and then I'm gonna hop right back up here as soon as my phone charge up.
Oh yeah, it's on my computer. You can just you can dip it, come back.
Okay, got you.
Yo, to the brother that was tweet, I want to ask him a question when Jose finished.
I think he's gone.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think he dipped out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I wanted to ask him a question as far as a word that's in their language that
Look, he came back. Look, he's right there. He's right there. He came back.
okay.
So you can ask him. I
Okay.
think that's him, right?
Hello?
Yeah.
Are you
Hey,
T? Is that who he's talking about?
You
Yeah,
the
go
one
on.
that speak tweet?
Yeah, I understand Tree. I don't speak it fluently, but I know it to the T, to the core.
Okay. And it's funny because this actually is a rebuttal coincidentally to one of your bomb squad affiliate your members to the brother Ngos what Ngolo, you know. I remember I brought up a slide showing Hebrew
I'm
name.
not a member of Bomb Squad. I'm not a big up
Everybody in the
Bomb
bomb
Squad. I
squad,
don't
bro.
mind.
Don't
I
throw
don't
everybody in
neglect
the
it, but
bomb squad.
I'm a one-man soldier still.
No, not you, Ngolo.
Oh.
Yeah, this is something in response to what he said, and I'm about to just ask you a question, see if you know, because I had brought up words that are Hebrew that we find in West Africa, and I went to the slave voyages, and I brought up a word, and it was actually a slave name, Yafé, and
Say that again.
it was Yafé, and he didn't he refuted it, he refused it was it could be possible. So I just wanted to just ask you, how would you say, do you have a word for Yafe and Akan Tui, Afante Tui?
Yafe, I've not really heard that name before.
Right.
And I'll be real with you. I've counted up to at least 75 Hebrew names within my language.
Right.
So
Exactly.
you're not wrong, but I've not heard that name Yafe.
Right. So, Humble, can I share my screen right quick?
Yes, sir. Hold on. Let me get this down, and then let me know when you want me to share.
All right.
Go ahead, do your thing. I got it.
Oh, all right. A1 got you. A1 got you.
So let me go to share screen real fast. Because like I say, man, I have no problem with people don't want to be an Israelite or they don't believe in God and stuff. But I'm speaking more or less of the historical record and the ties that we see. So here it is right here. I'm about to show it real fast.
Hey, are you aware of me and Garfield's back to back on ancient Ghana?
Yeah.
You see him running away from me though, yeah?
Yeah. So I'm about to show this word right here. Right here. So if we look, I'm gonna try to blow it up. And he was speaking of linguistics and stuff. And I really didn't have time, or really, because it was a big panel. So
I think I'm aware of this kind of information regarding the people on the slave boats.
So we see that word circle. Yeah, these are the names of the slaves.
Zoom up to it because I don't want to zoom, because if I do it, it'll refresh the my thing.
Right there, right? Yafe. That means it's for a woman. And I've heard a lot of people say, and shout out to all my Caribbean brothers and sisters and African brothers and sisters, but there's a lot of tethers that's among y'all that would say we can't use this information because these slaves didn't come to America. But that would be foolish to say, because this is the sample size of the people that was taken, still and all. It doesn't matter where they wound up, but these are the that was taken, just like they've been taken dozens and hundreds of times before. So if we see right here, Yafé means woman, right? So let's go to the Hebrew word, and it'll show us right here, right? So we see right here, Yafé. Let me go over something. Yafé, right? Yafé, adjective. You see what it says? It says beautiful, right? Do we see this, right? All right, so let's go here. You can say you are beautiful in a Akan tweet in several ways.
Oh yeah, fair. Yeah.
What
Fair.
is
Yeah.
what is the
Beautiful.
first way?
Yeah. I'm with you. Okay.
Woho yefe.
Yeah.
See that?
Okay. You know what? Yeah, I
And
was
then,
already thinking that in my head, but it's not a noun. That's the
right,
problem.
right. It's been transitioned in another way, but we still see that root yefe being described as
No,
someone being
don't get it
beautiful.
twisted. A yafe in tree would be equivalent to afi at least,
Right,
because
right.
you got to remember the y and a, it does become interchangeable. Like it becomes a e sound or e. You know what I mean? Consonant. You know what I'm talking about?
So we clearly can see a connection just in that word right there.
Yeah,
And
I agree with you, but yafe, that's not it's not a noun. You could morph it into, but it wouldn't be going within the tree rulings. It would be like a pseudo. You clock that somebody calling themselves Yefe, you clock that's not an indigenous Akan name. Like I said, I can bring out 75 indigenous Akan names that is literally Hebrew. And you know what I mean? So for example, you've got Apia. Everybody's heard this name. This is the lineage of King Saul. Yeah. Now, me connecting this name to my peoples is not because of the name and how it sounds. It's a lot deeper because it's tied to a certain tribe within our 12 paternal clans. The totem that's connected to it, and a lot of things which I don't want to reveal, which leaves me to conclude that Apia is of Israelite heritage. Now, when we do our homework on Apia, this is a Benjamin name. It's not really, you don't really find it in the other tribes. And if we go with that logic, it answers everything to my question, because the name that appears attached to is attached to a dog clan, or one could say a wild dog, you know. And
Con.
Jacob, when he was blessing Benjamin, it's
That's
translated as wolf,
that's how
but
he.
it can
That's
also be
exactly how he
translated.
translated it.
It can also be translated as jackal, because the word zib in
Uh,
Hebrew comes from ancient Egypt, Seba,
right.
which
What a
is a chief.
real quick though. What about black dog or dark dog or dark wolf?
A dog wolf. This is what I'm saying,
Dark
because you
dark
a
wolf. Yeah,
dark
dark
wolf.
wolf.
That's what I'm
Yeah, or
saying. In
black wolf.
Africa, sometimes they may understand that as a jackal, a wild dog. Do you get what I
Yeah,
mean? Depending
yeah,
on the region. That's
yeah,
why you see when it says
yeah,
Benjamin will be like a wolf, it
yeah,
could be read
yeah,
as he'll be like a wild dog.
yeah.
You know what I'm
Con.
saying? So when we do our understandings and tracing things, it's like, wow, okay, and that's just one. I've got 75. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that's
Apia,
crazy.
and this is a king's name. Kings inherit this name, so it's a stool name. So do you get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hey, but Gideon, I think that I honestly I think that what you showed is powerful in a way because it's not a etymological fallacy or appeal to etymology. I think what some people might try to make this out to be because it's strict because I've I've seen a lot of those things occur, and what I see is that you like you have act mixture, biological act mixture. You also have these loan words that
right,
transition from these different groups of people, and it's just like in America, right? Like um, we say to us, shag means something different here, right? Or Cheerio means something different here than it does in England, right? Um, but it gives us the same pronunciation, the same word,
Hey,
but it
Gideon's not
all
wrong. Sorry, Yara. Gideon's not wrong, with that
no,
meaning.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he
not
ain't wrong.
wrong.
He
Yeah,
ain't
that's what
wrong.
I'm saying. It's just it's when you see certain things. So when he said it's not a noun, I understand what he's saying, but it's definitely in English, we would look at it as a pronoun. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yes.
So it just depends on the colloquial usage of it, but it's still a long word that is transitioned in that particular from one people to the next, right?
So that means what you're
Or
saying
passed
is
down.
that means what you're saying is the person who has that name wouldn't necessarily be an Akan, but someone that got taken as an Akan or
Right,
Yes,
right.
yes,
So
yes,
not
absolutely.
when I'm looking at these things, I'm not picking out certain tribal affiliations, right? That's just where I land.
Yeah,
Because when you were speaking earlier, it's like we see Israelite culture anthropologically spanning dozens of different tribes.
that's a
You see what
fact.
I'm saying? So when I look at that word, I'm looking at it in its morphology, meaning it's meaning. You
yeah,
see
you're
what I'm
right.
saying?
It does mean that in tree, like
So
like fair means beauty. It does.
right. So that person that was abducted, you know, I haven't looked to see what tribe that person is from, because like Yara was saying, it can mean something, like how you was inferring as well and stating explicitly in other times that it could mean something else in that African tribal, narrative where that person comes from. So it definitely changes, like we can see its syntax, the way it's like you say, it's not a noun in certain languages, but in that sense, we see it being placed on as slave as a proper noun. So yeah, no,
Yeah, yeah, you're right, Gideon.
I'm definitely in agreement with both of y'all brothers.
What
Yeah,
I would
but
say, what I would say, Gideon, to smoothen your argument is that it's a variant of Afi, because you do, for example,
Mhm.
Kojo, the name Kojo. Yeah, I don't know why people say J came out in 16th century. Let me teach
Which
you.
is crazy, ain't
Look, it's
it?
very crazy because look. Kojo is a compound name. Every name in a con that you see with KW or KO in the beginning, it's a compound, and it means slave or servant. Now, Kojo, the
hmm
Jo in it means cold or
hmm
something cool, yeah? It's linked, it's
hmm
connected to the moon, Jo, yeah?
Facts,
This deity, Jo, can be found in ancient Egypt as Ea.
facts.
Sometimes scholars translate Ea as Jah, but you
That's
find
fact.
this in my culture as Jo. You
Yep,
understand? But
yep.
its root is Ea. So I and J it's been interchangeable. You know
That's
what
a
I'm saying?
fact. That's a fact.
So back to what I was saying, Gideon. Yeah, you see the J, Jo, and Ea, you see it change.
Right.
So Yafi would probably be a variant of Afi or
Mm,
Afia.
yeah,
That's a
yeah.
Ghanaian name, Afia, beauty. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Okay. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely why I asked you.
Yeah. No, I'm with you still. I'm with you, man. I didn't know a lot of people didn't like you. I agreed with you in Zion Lexus thing. I don't even want to go into too much of it, but blood, don't worry, man. You got some knowledge over there, man. I rock with you.
No doubt. All praises.
Yeah, man. So what's the smoke, man? What's the smoke, man?
That's actually good that you tied West African language, specifically tree, to uh Metal Nature.
I literally try that as much as I do. Like every name I find, I always make sure it's equivalent. So, for example, you lot watched I Show Speed the other day when he got blessed with his name Okufo.
Mm-hmm.
This name Okufo its root is comes from Kufu. Kufu is a compound word. Ku, which means to protect, and the F means he. In tree, Okufo is a compound name as well, and Aku means to kill or fight, and Fo means he. So it's all to do with protecting and defending and warriorship. You know what I'm saying? And that's just one side. Like for me to always prove my claim, I always have to go into like outside of. So when I mean prove my claim, I mean my Hebraic Israelite ancestry. I always have to go into contemporaries or predecessors who was not Israelite that I find in my thing to green light whatever other Hebrew name I find. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
1000%.
yeah, so the mere fact I can find certain royals in certain regions, and if it's equivalent, that means the other names that I find in the tree will be exactly the same thing. You know what I mean? And it's a wonderful discovery if you're good at linguistics. That's one thing. You need to know language, and if you know language, boy, man, and you have to know culture, and it's a lot of homework one has to do. I'm still a baby, and you know what I mean, there's little things I learned from everyone on the panel, you know what I'm saying, but at the same time we all gotta be like diligent and know our linguistic skills, because a lot of people come on the panel and say a lot of pseudo things and can't put two and two together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, now that's true. I remember, you know, a lot of Aboriginals like to say it wasn't a slave trade, and we was always here.
And
And
that
I,
Egypt
and I
came
was,
from
and I,
Egypt.
I actually went and showed them because, you know, in New Orleans, there's, you know, we all know the second line when the Mardi Gras Indians they march, and they use a
Mhm.
word. They use a word when they confront each other. They say umba, and that means to bow. So when you look at the Swahili word, there's a word in it, umba, that means the same thing,
Mm.
but it just became a Creole word. So yeah,
Mhm.
you can linguistically tie your culture to where you come from, definitely. So yeah,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
really right.
Definitely, man. Like when I started finding Greek words in the tree, I was like, no, because me, I like to you see, when I prove my claim, I like to go past medieval. So I like to delve in the Roman texts, and you know what I'm saying, because ancient Ghanaians did have a name before they would. Furthermore, that name is not even applied to their whole people; it's to their king. But when I started to find like Roman words, it's like, right, is this like flipping Indiana Jones I'm doing here or something? Like the discoveries is crazy. What do they call it? Linguistic archaeology? It's like it's mad, man. And it's like,
That reminds me. That reminds me of the work they're doing, trying to postulate a African Romance language. The same way, like how Italian is a Romance language, Spanish is a Romance language. They're postulating because of the Roman colonization in North Africa that
yes,
there should have been an African Romance language, and I
yes,
think. Yeah, I
crazy,
think what you're pointing out might be some evidence towards at least some sort of linguistic diffusion there
bro.
that would indicate either there was an African Romance language, or at least you're obviously showing there was some diffusion there linguistically, which is
Bro,
natural.
trust me, 1,000,000%, because the
Yeah.
the predecessors of ancient Ghana, they was residing in North Africa, Libya, precise, like
Hmm.
the Fezzan region,
Hmm.
Havila in Greek, they call it Sabila or something like that. But
Mhm.
the Romans were not too far from them regions, you know what I'm saying? And my predecessors, our predecessors, was interacting with the Romans, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
and they weren't conquered. This is what we need to
Right.
understand. They weren't conquered. No. So, of course, they would have to know a bit of Greek and Roman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, we can really see that in Roman history with the Emperor Septimus Severus, right? He was
Yeah.
a North African emperor of Rome.
Descent.
Yeah, in descent.
Yeah.
So, um,
Yeah.
like they hold him in high regard in Britain today, right? So,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, but to point out the linguistics, the genetic connection in the linguistic aspect, that would imply like anthropologically so much more connection
Yeah.
than you know what I mean than
yeah,
an
What do
expatriate. So I think what the brother's pointing out, biggest Titan, that doing that linguistic work, I think is definitely important. And I like
Yeah.
how you pointed out how what they would call quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans actually represent the original Saharan African. The
Bro,
sub-Saharan used to
just
populate the Saharan area.
do you know
So
what they said? Do you know what the Romans said?
mhm,
They said, yo, you see these ninjas over here in the Sahara,
mhm.
they're black. But you
yeah,
see those ninjas in East Africa, Kush, Mero, they're black. So
they knew the difference. Because my black skin color, my tonation is not the same as a dark Sudanese person. Do you get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
So even the Romans, they knew the difference from a West Ethiopian and the Ethiopian. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, they
Yeah.
were familiar with the different types, and like Yara was saying, they had intimate contact with various types of Africans,
Yes.
even people
Absolutely.
coming into rulership. But
Yes.
biggest titan, what I really wanted to touch on was the yo and ya thing, because I
Yeah.
thought it was interesting because that same pronunciation you see reflected in the name reform that happened in the Yahwists in the Persian
Yes.
period.
Yes. This is what I'm trying
There
to
was a
say. That
name
when
reform that went from Yahoo to Yao or Yo. So you
yeah,
could
yeah,
either pronounce it Yao or
yeah,
Yo, like
yeah,
Yonatan
yeah,
or Yahushua, right?
yeah,
There was a linguistic reform. So when it went from Yo and Ya, from Yahoo, when you just brought up the Joe in the African languages, it made me think of the same linguistic reform.
yeah.
Now with Afro-Asiatic, how much does this correlate
Mm,
to a
mm,
larger shift in the
mm.
Afro-Asiatic world amongst the
Great
Yahwist
point.
and
Great
amongst
point.
the Bantu people?
Yeah,
So I thought that
Yeah.
was dope.
yeah. Because you know what's funny when people like Garfield talk about the Al Yahuda tablets, yeah, they use names like Yao. This is a
Yeah.
name you find in West Africa amongst my people. It's a Thursday born. But what you need to understand is that the Israelites at one point of time started to worship Baal. Now, Yao is a thunder deity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yeah, they
And we
started
find
off.
this same pronunciation in the Al Yehuda tablets, like them tablets over there. You know what I'm saying? So, like Garfield, you see when Garfield talks, like the other day when I brought up a map where it attests to ancient Ghana, yeah, he didn't read the source. He didn't, because the source will correct him and tell him what's going on. He hasn't even got an alternative argument. What he is gonna do is not look and say something else to the audience that don't really read. And if you don't read, you're gonna bum suck to what's his name, Garfield. Garfield don't know nothing. Garfield's totally wrong. There was Israelites in West Africa, indigenously speaking. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this biasly because I want to. No. Furthermore, I'm Muslim. This this hasn't really got this isn't not really important like that to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
So I agree with you with a strong Semitic presence. I agree with you with, but you would have had Baal worshippers, you would have had Eloists, you would have had Yahwist coming and colonizing North Africa with the Phoenicians, with the
yeah,
Carthaginians, and
yeah,
things like that.
yeah,
So in that context, I'm 100% with you on the
yeah,
presence of Eloist and Yahwist
yeah.
in that regard. Indigenous, I wouldn't use that term, but I'm
No, no,
also
no,
not
not
going to
indigenous.
argue.
Not in when I mean indigenously speaking, I mean that they was not affected by rabbinic Judaism.
I get that. I
Yeah,
completely agree.
yeah.
Yes, I
And
completely agree.
one of because within the Akan tradition, we have a god called Tano. Now it's long to go into him, but Tano would be deemed the Jacob of the Bible. Now, how we view him and how the ancestors deified him parallels to the T with what the Phoenicians,
Hmm.
according to what's his name, Proprofri, what's his name, Proprofri,
Yeah,
Prob,
yeah. Pro-free.
Proprofri, something, yeah. The way the Phoenicians worshipped, because they worshipped Israel. In the older text in Philo of Biblos, is El, but it's all to do with the story of Abraham sacrificing Isaac.
Ellis.
Yeah, Elos,
Ellis.
yeah,
It's actually, yeah, it's pronounced Ellis. He was the son of El Elyon, and he had correlated Ellis with Kronos.
yes.
Porphyry
He
was
was
quoted
trying to
by
debunk
Philo of
Christians.
Byblos, who was then quoted by Eusebius.
Yeah, what Porphyry was trying to do, he was trying to debunk the Christians. Yeah, so instead of him saying the literal account, he done exegesis. So he didn't pronounce El. He said Israel. So what we understand is that the Phoenicians at one point in time started to work, not even just the Phoenicians, people started to worship Jacob, because we find the same thing going on, parallels with what's his name, Philo of Alexandria, when he's
So
talking
it
about
yeah.
Jacob being an angel, being the first of God. This everything that he's saying parallels with my people and the Phoenicians of them worshiping Israel.
So I would
Yes.
I would I would agree with the parallel. I
Yeah.
just wouldn't agree with the literal statement that the Phoenicians worship Jacob, but I
No,
agree
no, no, no. I
completely with
wouldn't.
the
I wouldn't.
parallel.
I wouldn't agree. What I would say is that they were ignorant of the deity, because Porphyry does say that they worshipped a deity called Israel, whose days Saturn, he's Chronos, right?
But
Literally the
but
same
that's
thing with
Elos.
Tano
He
in the
doesn't use the term Israel. That's that's Elos, but he doesn't specifically use the term Israel. But if for the
no
sake of
the original
conversation, if
source. I've got the sources. I've got the books. The original
okay.
source says
I have
El.
Sanko Niethan's Phoenician history. If you have something in a different language that points that out, then that's fine. But I also have Sanko Niethan's Phoenician history right here.
Yeah,
So
that's the original
that's why I
source.
can agree with you on so much.
Yeah, that's the original source.
Yeah,
Porphyry,
I got it.
he technically done exegesis. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He,
yeah.
yeah. So whatever exegesis he done is reflecting on his time. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, that and I'm
Yeah.
glad you brought that up because and sorry to hijack the panel, y'all.
No, no.
Peace. This your brother God Energy. Thank you for allowing us to talk. But
Hotel.
I want to just get your opinion. Since you're familiar with the text, do you see the text as the original preservation of Sanko Niethan's work, meaning the Bronze Age priest who the original
Mm.
theogony is attributed to, or do you see it as more of a product of Porphyry and Philo's time and them attributing it to Sanko Niethan because they may be drawing on ancient sources? Do you see it as Sanko Niethan's work or more of a work from Porphyry and Philo?
Boy, man, that's a. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I feel
I
you.
like the first one. I do like the first one. I do like the first
I
one,
get
but
it. I get it.
I'm not gonna conclude. But if I had to pick, I would
Whew.
lean more toward the first one than it literally coming from Sancti. I can't pronounce his name. Sorry, but you know what I mean. But
Wait. No,
yeah,
I mentioned it coming from Sanko Niethan from like around the 13 around 13.
he's that what 800 BC, something like that.
No, no, I think Sanko Nietan, they put him in the 1300 BCE, but we'll say between 1300 and 800 BC, just between whatever we remembered off the top of the head.
Yeah,
That's Sanko Nietan's work. That would make the text the most ancient, right? It would make it very ancient and more of a reflection of the Phoenician polytheistic thing. But
yeah,
the other speculation is that it could be like you said, the exegesis and the synthesis from the time of Porphyry and Philo, which places it around 300 BC, which is around the time the
No,
Septuagint was.
Porphyry's first century.
Well, so with Philo, then
Yeah,
that's
Philo.
more where they're saying the sources could come from the Hellenistic era, right?
Yeah,
And that's the more important part because I would like it romantically to be from Sanko Niethan as some ancient text preserved
but we
from,
have no
but
factual proof.
and we have no factual proof, but I think it's more interesting that we have this syncretistic text that syncretizes the exact same elements that the Bible syncretizes, coming from the exact same period that the Bible comes from. I
Yeah,
think I think historically and as a researcher, that's kind of juicy, right? It's romantic to make it so ancient from Sanko Niethan, but when
yeah,
you look at it from the political context, if it
yeah,
came from that Hellenistic era with the Septuagint and it being adjacent to the Septuagint, I think that is way more interesting. I think that speaks volumes politically.
What you got to remember as well in the Sancta, I can't pronounce his name. Sorry, but Tautos, he's a
Hmm.
son of Mizraim.
Misor, yeah, it's pronounced
Misor, yeah,
Misor in
Misor,
the
yeah,
yep,
Misor.
yes,
So
sir.
Hey, real quick, I want to
Biggest
give a.
time your
I
sound's
just
gotta
want
get
to show
lower.
appreciation to Guy Energy on his presentation that he did on Sonetta TV, and that goes to show that
I appreciate it.
we well overdue for presentations on West Africa, so we can sort things like this out.
No, 100,
Yeah,
man. Don't worry,
much
man. Don't worry. I
appreciated.
got the family, man. I got the family. Don't worry, man.
Biggest Titan, you sounding low, huh? Your volume
No,
just
no,
went
I'm
low.
saying, don't worry, man. I got the family, man. Don't worry, man. Me and A1, we've spoken, man. We've spoken, man. Don't worry.
So when are you gonna do a presentation? We waiting on you,
Peace,
you know.
peace. Hey, and I want to give a shout out to everybody on this panel right now because I've been moving around the house doing 50 different things, and the decorum is amazing. I haven't had to run over here to the computer to break up any fights, arguments, tell anybody to slow down on the cussing. So give yourselves a round of applause, gentlemen. This is how it's supposed to be done. I appreciate you.
So biggest Titan, we waiting on your presentation, man.
Don't worry, Jose. We're coming, man. We're coming.
He's
You
scheduled
got
next
Long,
Tuesday.
you know.
Hey Jose, you gotta blame Callum, man. He's been confusing me with the Islamic hype, man. So I've been doing presentations there, here, there, and it's like,
Sorry about that, Yara. I was moving around. I just
Nah,
got
Oh man,
man.
it's all good.
Hey, to be honest, we waiting on Jose's presentation. So since he overcorrective and super literal about everything.
bro, Jose
Hey,
don't want to hear
Why you
no.
put me in there, bro?
Jose's always
you know what's
right.
crazy?
Jose's always right.
Jose had one of the flyest graphics I've ever made, man, for his presentation. I gotta let me upload it real quick so they can
Nah,
see
man.
this.
Everybody want me to debate, moderate debates, do presentations, all kind of thing. And I went on
Yeah.
people platform talking wild crazy and had to back out of debates.
Yeah,
I was talking
yeah.
wild crazy.
I do at this right quick. I do want to get a brother God energy as props. You heard me, and bro, you very knowledgeable, bro, and I like your info because it kind of reminds me of Ngozis, but Ngozis come to a different conclusion where I can
Okay.
respect your conclusion scientifically. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, I
What
appreciate it.
Yeah, no
Wait,
doubt.
ain't God energy and humble priest there. Them two there. I've been you man are fire still.
Oh yeah, now humble, he on point, man, no doubt.
Oh yeah,
Hey, what?
definitely.
Can I say something real quick about DNA? The problem with DNA. Um, so the problem with DNA is obviously it's Europeans' database, and out of all the populations in the world, we are the dominant population. As far as all the other races, but when it comes to their DNA samples, the European samples dominate the sample. So when they do these testings, they're already biased. And that's why I said DNA is divisional anyway, because it helps delineation. And that's what got us in this whole entire problem in the first place.
You can use DNA, but to a certain limit.
Yeah, I think they misinterpreted a lot of the DNA information. You know?
What the brother was talking about though has a lot to do with like your ancestry.com kind of results, those type of results. When you get into the deep temporal ranges of the genome, that's where the database is less and negligibly affected by the European bias that the brother's talking about. So yeah, that has its place with your ancestry.com test. But when we're talking about the migrations out of Africa and basal clades and single nucleotide polymorphisms that are associated with the division of haplogroups, that's where their biasness is almost like non-applicable. You know what I mean? But you're definitely right about the European bias. There's African ancestry resources that we could use that go more by African databases, you know what I mean? But unfortunately, those have to be sought out and they're not, you know what I mean, promoted to us like that.
One reason why
Right.
I
And my
feel
thing
like
is, real quick, why I bring that up is when you trying to self-identify, you're not gonna make people at the Million Man March or the cookout take a DNA test. It's too many, and I'm not saying DNA is useless, but I'm saying we've gotten to the point to where w- the the criteria for evidence is DNA now. But that's not the case because we don't need DNA to figure out if everybody belongs at the cookout. An example of that is Kemet was the ones who produced the most artifacts of the whole entire ancient world combined, and a lot of that was self-representative. So people like Ngozi, they try to muddy the waters by going to databases that are actually biased. And there's actually current controversy right now, and they're slowly starting to admit that yeah, we need to actually get more samples, accurate samples, and diverse samples. But we can agree to disagree on that. I just wanted to add that.
Well,
No,
I spoke to
you're
Ngozi
absolutely right.
before. When I spoke to Ngozi, I brought up the haplogroup L3E or L3, and I was going into it, and because the Akans, they have gene pools from Yemen, North Africa, East Africa, what's it, Tel Halelu in Syria, bits of the Levant. So when I brought this argument to him, he was a bit, he was agreeing with me, but because the Hebrew Israelites go by paternal, he tried to use scriptural argument. He tried to say, well, that don't include y'all go by paternal. But I'm telling them I'm from the Akan. We got two styles of tradition. Every Akan surname is based on your paternal line, and before colonization, we had the 12 paternal clan system. We have a 7 maternal clan. So everybody knows about the 7, but they're not too privy on the 12. So he tried to basically say, him and Garfield tried to say this is from slavery times, the trans-Saharan slave trade. But when you check it, it predates the trans-Saharan slave trade. So, there is things in DNA you can pick, and, you just got to do the math. They're
Yeah.
hiding, but you just got to do the math.
Yeah, what to speak to the brother's point, brother Tahuti, even in one of the articles that I cited, genetics and history, something about Egypt. I forgot the rest of the name, but they even wrote in the article that there is this tendency to try to misrepresent Egypt, to try to make it more quote unquote Arab than it really is. And the author even goes so far as to say that the haplotype, one of the haplotypes that they identified in the article, has an African origin, but it gets mislabeled Arabic. So even in the genetic study, the geneticist is pointing out the attempt and agenda that is made to try to de-Africanize Egypt. So the people at the top levels doing these things are talking about the bias. It is
And
being
this is
spoken
what the
about.
people like the Garfields and them lot love to buy it.
Right. And that's a problem with me, because if every field of science, anthropological, historical data, linguistic data, I mean, even your eyes, for Christ's sake, if all those fields speak to if all those fields speak to a quote unquote substance having presence in Egypt, you cannot let a DNA argument usurp all of those fields. Like you're the one that misinterpreted that DNA evidence, because there's no way it can turn all those other fields on its head. So that's the problem I have.
Yeah, I agree. I think they use maybe minuscule examples, marginal examples, or things that would equal a synthesis and try to use it to discount all the other evidence. But really, the non-African genetics, the non-African portion gets mixed in and synthesized into the gene pool. That's why the argument of there was no mass replacement, people speak about that as if it debunks the fact that Eurasian genes did introgress into Northeast Africa in various ways. It wasn't a mass replacement, but introgression definitely happened. And that's where the nuances come into play. You know what I
But
mean?
God energy, can you explain that with what we see in America, how the European displaced the native or the indigenous person?
Yeah, definitely. And whether it's the outright genocide, that's the mass replacement that people are looking for, right? The colonization, the genocidal part. But I think the introgression, the soft kill genocide, needs
Right.
to be highlighted more, right? Because you can do a hard kill, or there's soft kill technology. The radio weapons that they used in Venezuela, the sound waves that made people vomit and bleed and stuff like that, that's called soft kill technology. Well, you can enact a soft kill genocide as well. We look out for the hard kill genocide, like concentration camps and things like that, what's going on in Gaza, what happened in the Holocaust. But the soft kill genocide is genetic introgression, right? The Hyksos marrying in, different population groups coming in, different Indo-Aryan, Armenian type groups migrating in on top of colonial invaders. So, and
Gradual,
and and
Hey,
it
gradual
happens.
God energy, God
It
energy.
importation.
happens when they went native. $5 Indians is how that happened, and it's happening in the Americas, in the African American community. That's why every movie, TV show, ad, and commercial is pairing up the black woman with a white man for that soft kill genocide of genetic introgression.
Right.
Hey,
And we
God
also
energy.
see we also see that with the Sephardic history in Spain with the Aboriginal or
The
indigenous subset.
Moriscos, the Sephardim, the Moranos, Moriscos, the New Christians, those groups. Yes, that same thing happened. That is the story that happened with them too. It should be a cautionary tale of why those black Europeans aren't black anymore and aren't running around. And if we do the same thing, we won't be black anymore and we won't be running around.
Hey,
That's the soft kill genocide.
God
Yeah,
energy.
that's a
What
fact.
would you say? Would you not say, yeah, that before transatlantic slave trade there was a transatlantic trade?
Yes. And we're not supposed to, you're not supposed to say that, you're not supposed to talk about that, but I would say yes. If we're just, you know what I mean, just
Yeah.
throwing it out there, throwing out whatever we believe that we know you might not die on a hill on in a debate and prove it with scientific data points that shuts everybody up. No, we can't do that. But
Mm.
given what we can imply, I feel like there definitely was a transatlantic trade before there was a transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah,
Yes.
because the Yoruba in Nigeria, they've got in some of their buildings, it's got if I'm not mistaken, cassava in some of their buildings, which apparently
Mm,
predates the colonial times. So you know what I mean?
yeah.
In the Caribbean, I would say definitely. Not so much in the northern hemisphere like North America so much, but definitely in the Caribbean. That's what I would say.
Yeah, however marginal it may be, you know what I mean? There it could be very marginal, but there is a lot of evidence for that contact. And I want to highlight to you, brothers and the sisters that may be listening. Um, every group that has taken control of North Africa also mysteriously has this myth of them going to the Americas, right? You can follow it all throughout history. They claim there was an Egyptian presence in the Americas. We know that's less likely. But they also say there was a Phoenician presence in the Americas. There have been certain inscriptions that,
Now that's
people
Moorish period. Moorish
people
period.
claim to be. Now, well, you hold on, you jumping in front of the gun. Hold on now. We're taking you through chronology. We know the Phoenicians were in the Atlantic Ocean. Then you get to the Carthaginians. We know Hanno. He made expeditions in the Atlantic Ocean. Also around this time, you get mention of something called the Sargasso Sea. The Sargasso Sea is located in the Americas near the Caribbean, just where the brother said. So in ancient times, there was reference to this Sargasso Sea, which is on the other side of the Atlantic. And the people referencing the Sargasso Sea are documented being in the Atlantic for hundreds of years, being the Phoenicians and Carthaginians. These are the peoples referencing the Sargasso Sea. Then you move on to Mansa Musa, right, in the Mali Empire, and they're in control of North Africa. So we're
I hear
looking
you.
at
I hear you.
who's
I
in
hear you. I
control,
hear you.
and
I
then
hear
you
you.
get to the Moors, and then you get to the Moors. You get what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
And then, so look, I'm gonna land it off with this. When the Europeans took over North Africa from the Moors, where did the Europeans go? to the Americas. And it was not until the Europeans took over the Moorish territory of North Africa that they went to the Americas. So the concrete evidence is the Europeans doing it, because we know the Europeans definitely took over North Africa and definitely came to the Americas. And when you work your way backwards from the Europeans doing it, you can see that every group who held North Africa before the Europeans also have this myth of them coming to the Americas. So when the black people did it, it's a myth. When we have the confirmed colonization history of the Europeans doing it, that's when it's history. No, I think the Europeans were following along in a trade route and tradition of peoples who owned North Africa. So that's what makes me say that.
And
Yeah,
Dr.
now I'm
Henry
gonna do
Clark,
my homework on that. Still,
Dr.
that
Clark, he
sounds
says
cold.
it.
Still,
Yeah,
sounds cold.
Dr. Clark.
What's the area called? What's the place called? Sargosmus? What?
Sargasso, the
Sargasso.
Sargasso Sea, the
How do you
Sargasso
spell it?
Sea. SARGASSO.
Yeah.
And you would be doing deeper research and coming back
Yeah. Now you're helping me out.
to tell
Still,
me
what?
more stuff. You
Yeah.
know what
What?
I mean?
SARGA.
SSO. Yes.
ASSO. Yeah, got it.
And
Still.
now
So I love
that
for that.
that's gonna
Still.
be that's gonna be in part 2 of my Canaanite presentation that I'm gonna do over there. Because I got that one waiting. Part 2 is gonna be about the Phoenicians and Carthaginians. And I mentioned the Sargasso Sea and you know what I mean, the Atlantic antics in that presentation.
So check this out, God Energy. So when I'm looking at it, I'm speaking like in a real condensed time manner
Yeah.
versus scientifically speaking. So when I see the North American, the indigenous North American, I'm from the understanding that the world, it scientists would say Pangea, but I believe it was one mass. And those people that was on that mass are what we would identify as the San or the Khoi people. And either the Canaanites or the San people, or the San people were there when the earth broken up. Because I truly believe that the indigenous, the Native American, the Asian, all of them come from that San person, that Khoi person. But I've seen
So
studies that kind of speak against that. So I don't know.
yeah, you gotta. So the first thing I'm gonna say is the original inhabitants that they have found, and even the oldest possible ones, which date to like 120, around 100,000 years ago, could be the oldest finds they have in the Americas. That is still 100,000 years too late for the Khoisan. They would have been different groups of peoples and diverged genetically by that point. But even aside from that, there were no humans walking around during the time of Pangea, my brother. You know what I mean? The development of the human species that happened way after Pangea broke up. So the spread of humans around the world happened when the continents were already broke up. And humans didn't need all the landmass to be together as one in order to spread around the world. You feel me?
And
So
Adam wasn't the
it was
first
through
man.
migration.
I would definitely disagree with that, but I definitely understand your science on that. But go ahead.
Hey,
No,
Gideon,
no
Adam weren't
problem.
the first man, you know.
How you had that?
I said Adam weren't the first man, you know. Probably most likely the first king, but not the first man.
Yeah, I mean, we can extrapolate that from the text if we choose to go that way. Definitely.
So if you understand it like that, then whatever the brother's saying, you shouldn't really have an issue. Do you get it?
Well, and I'm not speaking on a genetic record, but when we look at the attributes and the phenotype of the Asian and of the Native American, we clearly see a connection to the San people. That's why I
But
say I
why are
feel.
you connecting them to the San people?
Well, they have the epileptic eye folds. They have the nasal distribution, just as the Asian and the Native American.
And who's
So
the San people, biblically speaking, do you identify them to be?
right. So when you look at it biblically, as I said earlier, like you really can't see. where they would be, but you can make a claim that they can be possibly from Heth or the Phoenicians, because we
So
know
are you basing it from a biblical worldview?
well, when I'm identifying the San people to be of a certain nation, then that would be me drawing it from Bibles, from biblical sources. But me saying that they are the fathers of the Asian and the Native American, I'm basing that on, like, from what I see, basically their phenotypical features, they all possess the same. And with the
So
San,
you connecting
And
the
that's
San people.
dangerous.
So you connecting the San people to the what did you say? Who did they connect to again?
I would connect them as
The
being
Chinese,
representatives of the
Asians,
Asians and
To
the
who?
native,
I can't
Mongoloids.
hear you. Say that
yeah,
again,
of the
Gideon.
Mongoloid race. Yeah,
You will connect them to the Mongoloid race.
yeah.
But this is based off your biblical worldview, isn't it?
Nah, it's just based off me looking at them.
Okay, no, but who would you say? Because I think, did I mistake if I heard you say Canaan? You tried to connect
Yeah.
Canaanites to San
Yeah,
people.
if I had to align them with a biblical nation, it would definitely be one of the sons of Ham, and probably narrow that down to Tyre and Sidon.
So you do know, right, that not all Africans are the sons of Ham.
Oh yeah,
Shem-
most definitely.
Wait. Shem or Noah?
Yeah, but if you was to say they're not all descended from Ham, Shem, and Japhet, I would say, well, the biblical narrative disagrees with you.
That's what I'm trying to say. So basically, your viewpoint of connecting the sun to the native Indians is based on the narrative that the native Indians are Canaanites. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay,
Like,
so cool.
say for instance, if I didn't even believe in the Bible, because before, like, when I was a Christian, I really didn't like follow it as far as historically. But if I was to abandon the Bible, I still would say the San people are the fathers of the Asians and the Native American.
Okay, cool.
And
Yeah, I get
that
what
could
you
just be convergent evolution with the epicantic fold. And I get what you're trying to get with that, with the, look-alike kind of thing. But the genetics and the migration, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
that's why I
just
say that
doesn't match that way.
when I looked into the genetics of it, it spoke against that. But like I say,
I remember that.
I don't think we're understanding the genetic information correctly. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, listen, to meet you in the middle, we can't count it out conclusively 100%, right? So it's a valid postulate at this point.
what, to connect the sun to Canaanites?
No, not that. That's crazy. No, not
That's
that. I'm not co-signing
colonization.
that.
Like, in Islam,
I know that.
in Islam, we're taught like ikra fi din, like you're not meant to force things on people. So if you're not meant to force religion on people, there's a deeper teaching. You're not even meant to force ancestry on people. Do you get what I'm saying?
Word.
Now, the
Word.
latter point I would disagree with, but the former, yeah, I mean, I'm not forcing a biblical worldview. Like I said, if I was an atheist, I would still say that the San people are the fathers of the Asians and the Native American, the Mongolian race.
I
That's
get what they're saying. Based on it's based on lookership, but I get you.
I mean, yeah, I
Right,
mean,
right.
yeah, but again, the only evidence seen against that is the DNA. And I'm saying that I feel that the DNA evidence is being misinterpreted because it's being changed every day. Like, certain aspects of it is being changed every day.
And real quick, gentlemen, let me use that pause to go to a word from our sponsors. We've been on about 2 hours. This week coming up.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions.
We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested, and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Yo, Yara, is he online still?
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. Two intellectual warriors, one explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arenas to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League.
And back to you, gentlemen.
Peace and love to everybody on the panel, man. Peace and love, A1. Back at
Peace,
it.
OTK. We got OTK and we have King J to the panel. Any thoughts or
King
questions,
J.
gentlemen, on anything you've heard so far?
No, I'm just chiming in. I'm just jumped on, so I really haven't heard too much. So just was listening.
Peace,
Give
King
it a
J.
second.
Peace,
He'll
King
have
J.
something to say against something. King J be like cheesecloth.
Hey, I got a question.
Is Yara on the
Since
panel?
Yara left
hey,
the panel.
since God
Big
Energy,
him up, man. Big
oh,
him
you
up.
go ahead.
No. I just wanted to say, what do you call it? I'll rap to you anyway, A1, man. But big up Yara, man. Big him up, man.
Yes. He will be through on Argument Alley. I think tomorrow, maybe. I have to check with him and see if that's going to work. I missed yesterday.
Yeah, man. Nah, fuck with Yara, man. Just know, Yara, we here, man. We got you. We got you, my nigga.
Drop a bomb on that one. And shout out Elder Yara. Yeah, he got that black rose in that picture. Where is that? Let me throw it up there. Yes. That's going to be a fire episode. I'm excited for this one.
What time does it start?
Prime time, I usually do these. So like 7 o'clock.
So what would that be? What, you lot are 6 out, so that'll be like 12, 1 o'clock for me.
Yep, you about 5 hours ahead of me.
5 hours ahead.
Damn, Yara, how you still getting younger, bro?
He doing it, ain't he? He doing it. Back to you guys, though. Go ahead. I interrupted the discourse for that.
Hey, I just want to generally ask, like, since God Energy brought it up, especially the transatlantic trade before Europeans and the slave trade. What do y'all think the significance of that is, especially if you claiming to be from Central West Africa only, as the common theme in the conscience sector is to deny the fact that we had an African presence prior to Columbus and Ivan van Sertima.
I don't think anything in before Columbus has been discovered, has been proven as true. Most of his work was in the Americas, which was in Southern America. I don't think there is a scientific study that shows a Negroid presence in North America before 1492. If you do, can I please have that study?
I think they found like golden tips of the Mande, like of the spears and certain things in
they haven't found anything.
Something like that.
That was in the Caribbean too, in South America. That wasn't North America.
Yeah.
A lot of times I think y'all getting the Americas mixed up, like with up North America. You always going to South America for some reason. Why is that?
No, but that's like saying stopping at South America. Not in North America is.
But if we
When you
talking
say
about North
Americas,
America, why are we talking about South America?
when you say Americas, it includes North America.
But
When you
that's
The
add the S at the end.
two
Americas.
different nations, though. Like,
Well, let me clear that up. So first, Christopher Columbus gets accredited for discovering all of America. They don't really,
All of
they don't
America, or did he
really.
just discover the Caribbean? I thought DeSoto discovers
He
Florida.
did, but what I'm saying is they accredit him for discovering all of America. So at the same time, if you take a canary current and it just makes you end up in Central or South America, that's generally the
But
same thing
you know
because
what I
you're
think it
usually
is.
going to travel upward and influence upward.
But you know what I really think it is that in
America.
school as a child, well, hold on, as a child growing up in school, they taught us Columbus discovered America. They didn't really distinguish. So I think we just all grew up as adults thinking America until we did our own independent studies and found out, hey, he was in the Caribbean. He wasn't even in America. It was DeSoto who. So I think once we got older and did our independent studies, we found more truth, but we were just basically lied to.
Look, I'll give it right back to you. I feel that the indigenous American, he was an African, but he was an African isolated from every other African on the mainland for like thousands of years. Like we have nothing to do with that African that became the indigenous American. Like we didn't. We don't come from that
Huh?
migration.
Can
Like
you
none.
explain that? Can you explain that?
Meaning, like I was just explaining earlier, I feel that the San people fathered those people, but whoever fathered them, they were isolated. Like they intermarried amongst themselves and created their own genetic pool over thousands of years.
Hey, you lot, I
We
got a
weren't
cut, man. I
introduced.
got a cut. Peace.
We weren't
I got to get
introduced
ready.
into that. Yeah, peace out, bro.
Peace
Shalom.
out, man. Peace out.
But yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. I don't think we have no connection to that indigenous American in North America. But yeah, go ahead, whoever.
Yeah, I'm still kind of lost on what you're trying to explain just now. I can't get the full grasp of what you're saying. So where was they isolated at?
In America. Once they came to America, they stayed and they were isolated. No other migration of African people came into America. That's what I'm saying.
Well, why they stop?
You got to understand that's an undertaking, cross journeys, like that's something that you like you don't take lightly. That takes a lot of manpower, people power, resources. So like in the case of something simple as New Orleans, like we didn't get resupplied from France like every 2 years. Sometimes they wouldn't even come. So that forced us to have our own society down there. So just like that, it's like those people, they not coming every other year. Those people coming like especially back then, they're not coming as frequent. So they're gonna intermarry and repopulate amongst themselves, thereby creating a whole new genetic pool. And that genetic pool is not associated with us. Now, your very best tries to go, like I say, to the Caribbean, because I feel it was more, frequent and more recent migrations to the Caribbeans, but not in North America.
So you
Okay,
agree?
I understand.
Your argument is that you just don't agree that we've always been here.
Not our maternal nor paternal line was here. That was another African, that
So what do you think about glacial periods and migrations?
see, I don't like, I don't go by that science.
So you don't believe that America had a glacial period about 20,000 years ago? It's called the LGM, last
Not
glacial maximum.
not that distant. I do believe it was frozen over, but not that long ago.
Not
I believe,
20,000 years ago.
nah.
Do you believe in the Clovis culture that came
I don't,
over?
I don't much want to insult your European intelligence and even tell
I
you.
mean, no. Give me some African intelligence because to me, intelligence is intelligence. There is no
Yeah, nah,
race.
I'm a young Earth. I believe in a young Earth. I believe this earth, as mandated by the scriptures, that it's only about 6,000 years old. And I also fail to believe. I would not let no
Biblical
European. I
idiot.
would not let. I would not let no European tell me that we've been walking around here 200, 300,000 years not knowing how to read and write. I refuse to believe that.
But
Mm,
6,000 years more fish tomato.
Yeah,
that's the
logically and
Bible.
biblically. Yeah,
Do you believe in
That's the
dinosaurs?
Bible.
I believe. Yeah, I believe they coexisted with man.
And so dinosaurs are within the last 2, 3 thousand years. You're suggesting
I would say it was in the last 3, 4 thousand years.
dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Oh,
about 4,000.
And have we found any bones of dinosaurs
Well, I mean, we found fossils. Yeah.
that are 2,000 years old? What science are you using? Because at one moment you deal with science, and then the next minute you don't. So what are you dating this with? The Bible date, or are you using science to date the fossils?
Like as far as the dating method,
Mhm.
yeah, it's going to speak to it being like I don't even much know how old they say it is, but when we look at certain evidences that speak against that, that what makes me say that again, they're not. For one, radiocarbon dating, is a lot of flaws in that, but that's not the only type of dating that they have. But again, it's just misinterpreting data. Like say for instance, all intact fossils that they find, they find them in a certain posture, right? They find them in a certain position. And that position, the only way you attain being put in that position is if you're drowned quickly. And it was demonstrated by, I think, some Norwegian scientists. They took
So
some chickens. They took
can
some
you
chickens and they quickly drowned. I think they were dead, but some type of way they did it to where it wasn't like they was killing them. But they demonstrated that when they die or when the water gets into the lungs, they have a involuntary reflex to to hold their legs, their necks back, the same posture that they find all the intact, dinosaurs fossils.
so
So
it seems like it was a sudden event that came and.
right, specifically drowning.
And can
Mhm.
you name that event?
That would be the flood that's
And
spoken of.
the biblical flood.
Yeah, the biblical flood.
So okay. Okay. So the actress, so none of these narratives give. So like if we look at older flood motifs, they give different dates than the 6,000 year biblical motif.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
So how do we know which one is true? The
Again,
older motif.
it's just like with science. It's all what you choose to put your faith in, what
So
you
it's
choose to believe. At the end of the day, all of it, whatever you choose to believe, that's your belief. It's a faith. None of us can prove it at the end of the day.
nothing necessarily can a flood could necessarily not have been proven.
No, a flood can be proven, but whose story is correct,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
faith.
the
Right,
narrative. So let's
right.
just assume that since
The
we
belief that it's whether you think it's like 300,000 years ago, or I believe it was 5,000 years ago. That's fate. You know what I'm saying?
okay,
So
okay. I'm just following your logic of the 6,000 year thing. That's kind of interesting to me. So you subscribe to like a day in the life of a god is 1,000 years, correct?
well, not in this case because that's that's what a lot of people use to make the biblical text say the world is older than 6,000 years because they use that one day and say it's 1,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Now, definitely got to understand like this is dating the world when Adam sinned. We don't know how long Adam lived before he sinned. You see what I'm saying? So
But Adam didn't even live 1,000 years. He only lived like 990 something, right?
that's once he sinned.
So
correct.
that would be he lived one day.
Well, I
Correct.
mean, like
Because
metaphysical.
because he said because the Bible says
Yeah,
that once
nah,
he
he would
he
not
would
have
surely
said
die in that
yeah,
day.
right.
So he died within that day.
If you're applying it metaphysically, yeah, then you're
Mhm.
correct.
Well, we're talking about metaphysics.
Well, nah, you brought it into that realm.
So religion and as far as our ancestors are concerned, they didn't separate the two.
Yeah, nah, I would agree.
Their reasoning for the a good crop was because the Most High blessed them.
Yeah, nah, but we were speaking of the flood. That's why I was saying we
Mhm,
were
mhm.
speaking metaphysically. We were speaking of literal evidence.
Well, the
That's
floods in like with the Egyptians, they have the inundation of the Nile Valley. So that flood comes but they don't attribute it to science, right? They attribute it to the gods. So even then, it's metaphysical.
right. Every year that it floods, they attribute that to the gods. But speaking
Or
of,
if it's a, or if it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? They attribute that as well. So
but I'm not familiar with the Egyptians having a worldwide flood stories as we see in other cultures.
mhm, mhm. Me neither. Not a worldwide flood story, but a flood story nonetheless. But I just feel as if like most like the Epic of Gilgamesh is is where the biblical story is derived from. The Atras Hashis, things of that nature. So
Right. Well, I can respect that answer, but the answers that I can't respect from people is when they say it's plagiarized because it's no plagiarization. What I see is that if the biblical account is true, and if you choose to believe that one, it even the fact that we see the Babylonian and Sumerian flood stories, it shows that it starts from a kernel of truth. It starts from something that happened that was worldwide and cataclysmic. So, it's just all about whose version you believe, and it's definitely evident that these nations they differed not only in worldview but in how they ran their societies. So
mhm,
they're definitely going to form that story to justify whatever they're doing. So
right.
it's all about in that person's belief who they think is right. And I put my stake in the God of Abraham because just like no offense to Houthi, like these guys of Egypt, they're dead and gone now. But
Hmm.
Yahweh, he's still here. Like he was in West Africa, East Africa, North Africa, South Africa, and he's still here. So that's the data that proves that that creator is the valid one.
Because you haven't seen them, correct?
Haven't seen what the Most High.
Yeah.
Nah, quite contrary. We see the providence of that creator just from us being here. But there's no evidence to show that, and no offense, we don't see Amin Ra brought us here. Or,
Well, and even in Egyptian cosmology, the netter or nature is we give reference to nature. So I
now,
mean,
now I'm
huh?
gonna have to get Tahuti for you because Tahuti would disagree. Tahuti would say that they really believe that those people were real, and in the Bible, it records it the same way. So that's how I'm going. How Tahuti would go.
Well, Tahuti may be a little, you know what I'm saying. I would disagree or have contention with him saying that the gods were real in the way that we would consider them to be real today. So I mean, and just to saying like we could pick somebody from a different faith from of Islam, and they would give credence to their deity as well. So it's just like everybody is going to say the same thing in regards to their God being the only God, right? So it's just hard.
I would
So like
agree.
even when I read I was reading this edict the other day where it talked about we spoke about on this panel where it talked about the edict giving in the biblical account it reads that the Lord our Lord biblical God Yahweh gave favor found favor to the Babylonian kings and Cyrus and Darius and told them to let us free. But if you actually read the actual edict, it says from their perspective that their God Marduk is the one who gave them, told them to let the Israelites send Ezra back. So you get two different, you get the story, but depending on the perspective, you get a different narrative, right?
Yeah,
So even if you read the Moabites, Sella, and we read from the Moabite point of view, they won, right? If you read the Israelites' point of view, it was more like a draw. Same thing with Egyptians and Kadesh. So it's like depending on the narrative, you're going to get maybe somebody may wrote they won, somebody may wrote they won. So what's the truth?
Yeah, what the truth, yeah. Because like you say, with the Moabites, or rather, I think you're speaking of when they had Hezekiah shut up like a bird, right?
Yeah, the message teller for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's all in how you interpret it. They attribute it to their mice god or something, but it's just different stories. I
And,
wouldn't.
and so the Israelites would attribute it to they have did something wrong, so they're being punished, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I hear you.
Hey, all due respect, you brothers act like you scared of each other. Y'all don't get in the ring because I had a show scheduled
No, we
for
just
Cosmo.
building. We ain't really.
You told me 2 hours I supposed to do my show. I don't know if you had this already scheduled or you forgot, but I'm here with my information. So let me know after y'all get done on the same show, and I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
Cuzzo JJ 7K.
How
Where
you niggas
JJ come
prepare
from?
for war, and then we had commercials coming in when it's my turn to go on. I understand.
Yeah,
Hey,
nah.
JJ, TV, I didn't
I
interrupt, man.
just end with
Hey,
this, and
I'm
I'll
coming
pass
for
it
war,
to.
bro. What are
Yeah,
y'all
nah,
doing? Set the debate up, man.
yeah, nah.
All
Let
this
me just hold on,
filling each
JJ.
other
I
out,
respond,
you
and you
know,
can
trying to
have
see
it.
what
Hold
his
on. After
strategy
King
is.
J get it. Let me go. King J will go, and then you'll
Yeah,
have
get
it, JJ.
Cosmo back on here.
So this is what I want to say to you, brother King J, and to whoever listening. The thing about the scriptures, right? Like even mathematically looking at it,
Mhm.
the reason why a person should choose the scriptures because it teaches about the one, whereas all of these other philosophies and gods and deities, they teach you about more than one. So the more you deviate and break that one into other things, you have other interpretations and other ways and other priesthoods. So even as Drusilla Dundas Houston said that
Mhm.
the original African believed in one creator, and that's why it would be wise for a person to adopt the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob because he is an African. He is the African God, like Peter Tosh said. Go ahead,
Yeah.
King.
Well, I mean, because I just see different. I see more polytheism than anything, especially if we're talking about Abraham. Because I would ask you, what were the idols that he destroyed in his father's temple? If it's always been monotheistic, then why is he destroying multiple different idols? So they had to have existed.
Right, because it was corrupted from the one. That's why a lot of people get
Well,
lost.
that's a later thinking because
Now,
if multiple gods existed, right, then that is polytheism. It's existing. Now, if what Muhammad did and comes along and say, hey, we're not finna. It's the damn the same thing Muhammad and Abraham. He comes along and say, hey, we're not finna worship all these gods. I'm gonna choose the deity. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna what was it? The deity of the Kaaba
right, it was
was it Hadad?
365.
Yeah. So I mean, he just chose
I
one.
would agree. It was polytheism like hundreds and thousands of years before Abraham. I would agree.
Right. So I'm saying so that's our original African train of thought is multiple deities.
No,
It's
but
not just one worshiper. See,
yeah, nah, there was a time when the worship of one creator that originated in Africa.
well, how was there
Yeah,
a
according
pantheon
to the
first?
text.
Right. When we look at the Canaanite pantheon, we see multiple deities. Even in the Bible, Genesis 1 verse 26 and 27, it says, "And we created him in our image."
Right, that's the Elohim. That's speaking of Yah.
Elohim, multiplicity, plurality. It suggests masculine and feminine energy.
Now that's what they call a majestic like singularity.
So
That's
you
not speaking of different
That just was a
Elohim.
gauntlet, man.
That's
Y'all hold
that's speak,
hands,
that's
man.
speaking of one
Hey,
Elohim.
ain't this whole hand fest and let 7,000 to go get in here to address a goddamn nigga that's been lying. Y'all holding hands.
Handle your business.
You
Nah,
put the
this is
Handle your business, bro.
the
Let you in King
just
bullshit.
J.
building. We're just
I
building,
ain't going.
JJ.
How the
That's
hell you
all.
gonna tell me it's my I'm up next? And then you put these goddamn two
Go
slickers
ahead,
up
bro.
here.
Break up the
Hey,
time
JJ.
then y'all
shot.
need
Go
to
ahead, JJ.
hype it up or
JJ.
something, man.
We
The hell
chilling,
going
Can
on?
you
JJ.
can you
I'm
see
gonna
the
teach you
comment on
how
the
to do
screen,
it, man.
JJ? I think that
No,
comment is for you,
how you gonna schedule me a show? What the
bro. Sometimes stuff happens. People get too caught up. You don't have to like act
I don't
like
give
it
a damn
was.
about no
It was
casual.
never
Listen,
personal, bro.
okay, so
Just
let
chillax.
me respond to that. No, but let me respond to the casual engagement of honor, loyalty, respect, and your word should be needed and addressed in this community. You told me 2 hours, I'll be ready in 2 hours, and now you got these guys in my time slot. After I was getting ready to go to war, hey, you started off the clock, 2 minutes for him, me, and then 2 minutes for him. Then I was getting ready to come back. You did 8 commercials.
You got it, JJ.
So I
Go
called
ahead.
you and said, hey, bro, let me get the floor. Man, come on, bro.
Why you always do this instead of just
Hey,
finding
this
out
ain't none of
what
your
happened?
business, whoever talking, man.
This is me,
Man,
A1.
come on, man. Y'all
I'm saying, why don't you just
I
hit me
get
up like, yo,
y'all
what
got-
happened? And I could be like, and I can
So
explain.
let me. Okay, so no, how
You
I'm
got
gonna
the
tell
floor.
you? Okay, you want me to show you the
You got
receipt?
the
You said
floor.
2 hours, oh, nigga. She
Bro,
playing games.
you with the receipts. I didn't say you was lying
No,
about
well,
nothing.
go
You
get
said
Cosmon. Go get Cosmon. Playing games.
you okay, man? You having a good day?
You got had 2 guys over here attacking a. They had to be 2 of them against 1. I'm talking about OKC. So let me, bro. Don't make me have to go get you. Man, damn, you disrespectful. How you gonna invite me over here to do a thing, do a show? I show the mother.
JJ stupid.
That threw him off. He ain't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell these niggas up here pity patting around.
You've been doing this too long.
Pity patting. Oh, well, it's 1741. What the hell?
Hey, JJ, my sincerest apologies, JJ. My sincerest apologies,
You got
JJ.
Cosmo up here like
My sincerest apologies. It's never my intentions to spin you, bro. I always want to work with you. It's a lot of people pulling me a lot of different directions, and our show was playing last minute. I'm sorry
on
about
this
that, bro.
goddamn time, nigga.
Nah, we definitely want to see you beat up Cosmo.
That's
for sure.
I tell you, here's my proposal for you.
Talk to me.
You're damn right. I already beat. Get in. You already know. We already. They trying to perpetuate this lie like they beat us when we already know the starting to change the goddamn poll. You was there, Gideon. How the poll gonna be team to knock? And then we up 58% or whatever they had. And then at the he got mad at Yara. Sarnetta jumps in. See, y'all niggas ain't ready. All that shit. You don't see them crying, but all the whole debate it wasn't supposed to be no ad-homs, no cussing. We just kept seeing them. Like, damn, they steady doing it. Sarnetta ain't saying shit. Sarnetta, you ain't saying shit. Then the power had to, hey, Sarnetta, hey, bro, you ain't following your rules. He kicked Sarnetta off and me. That's a true story, man. So I don't even know how Cosmo can even run around here pushing his book, knowing that they got slapped around in the team debate. So then after the team debate, I said, you know what? I came to all their leaders, the 4 horsemen. Say, Shalom, you want to get in one-on-one? I want to attack the science in that book. That pseudoscience in that book. Now, I got the information right now. I want to smoke with you, JJ. Then another one. Here you go. The one that's talking about Daryl Cosmo. He's talking about Yahweh demon, but they calling on Yahweh. And nigga, through the whole debate, he was calling on Yahweh. I mean, through your whole demonstration, these guys are pseudo. So then I went to Malachi Maccabee. Nigga, you said that what? Look what he said, y'all. He said that Moses went down to hell. Listen to this. Listen to A1. Moses went down to hell, grabbed up Pharaoh, took him to the Ethiopian worlds, rejuvenated him, and then sent him back down to earth with the Israelites. 400 years later, after the Exodus. This is the kind of nonsense that we dealing with.
He said, what? Bring that back. Bring that back.
Everybody else.
Rewind that one time. What did he say?
On tape. There. Keep talking for a minute. I'm putting up tape. No, keep talking. I named three of the horsemen. Man,
keep
you know how they came into the community?
They been beating up a Wasp. Like that's real tough.
You got a slight delay on your phone, JJ. Is it just me, or are y'all hearing that?
They brought this how I watch in the community.
Yeah, it's phone breaking up.
Man, I think I'm in the mountains, man. I think I had a bad connection.
I was gonna say it's hard to get. You don't get service
I'm on my computer and still breaking up.
Project Bricks, do you? Where you at, man?
Brother, I'm in a nice neighborhood in Denver, Colorado, in the mountains, nigga. I ain't no fucking.
Hey, congratulations!
I ain't against the hood because I grew up in the hood.
Yeah, it's nice out there.
Muhammad, y'all want me to show him getting beat up? Hey, I tell you what, I'm gonna send you the. Who's from do DMG? You ain't gonna have to hear me talk.
Wait.
I'm gonna
That's not
show
my
the
name.
video
I'm
of us
A1,
whooping these
brother.
niggas' ass.
I'm A1. Wrong host. It's all right though.
What did I call you? What did I call you? I
don't
call you
matter.
DMD, didn't I? My fault.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all from, hey, come on, you must be on mine. Hey, peace and blessing, DMG. I hope you and your family, died. So condolences to that. Come back. My grandma just died about 5 weeks. About 6 weeks ago. So, yeah.
Damn.
But now he in the audience. Bro, get up here in a death match. Look, y'all want to see a death match over here? Y'all see a death match? That means you go for 5 minutes, I go for 5 minutes. You go for 5 minutes. I did a 3-hour death match and beat the shit out of Deron. I said he tried to come over here and commentate it. He tried to commentate it and spin the story, but if you got common sense, you know that damn well the storyline in the Bible ain't got nothing to do with Esau being the bloodline going through him being the redeemer of the earth. We're not gonna play that. Yeah, so get him up here. Now this supposed to be me and his show. If y'all want to see an ass whooping, can y'all hear me clear? So I'll read off my goddamn notes. I'm gonna have my stuff on the screen.
Loud and clear.
Let's get it on. We can continue this show. Let's get it. Let's get it. Tell him to get up here. Tell him to get up here. Oh, that tough guy, you trying to you and OKC, you next too. Talking about you Aboriginal. Aboriginal what? Well, how the white man come over and take care of you? Ain't no Aboriginal. Nigga, come on, man. I'm a pure Aboriginal. What tribe you from? What language? Who you got? There's no imprint of you niggas. You Dane Calloway, Top Cat, and you, OTK. You my cousin. But yeah, I gotta get you because of what you did today. This is business. This ain't nothing personal. I'm gonna get Cosmo first. Tell him to get up here. Hey, OTK. Tell him to get up here, man. Y'all want to see this ass woman? He about to get it. I do death matches. Give us 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. That should be enough time instead of 5. It's too long. Omar Muhammad,
It's
cut it out,
A1
bro.
like the steak
Indigenous
sauce,
black man
brother.
beat the shit out of you.
A1 like the steak sauce. You call me A9 or something.
Hey, he in a blind
A1,
fury. He don't see nothing.
Hey, well,
He just
A1,
want
call
to
me.
7, call this guy. Call him right now. Call
You know
him.
what? Cosmon is one person I don't have his
And
number,
these
actually. I can't call Cosmon.
You right. I think he in the chat, huh?
Yeah, he's in the chat. He's telling me to play this video. Let me see what he's talking about.
Manipulate these two dumbass niggas.
Hey, Cosmo, man.
No,
Come
I'm
on
telling you to get him
man.
up here. I don't have a video.
Nah, he can get up here himself.
Ask if I'm gonna show him the screen. Tell him to get up here. How you gonna promise me I'll be ready in 2 hours? You want me to show the thing in front of the people? I'm not trying to do that, bro, but you gotta hold on to your words.
Something happened, and you didn't even call me to check on me to see if I was okay. That's crazy. And then you will sit up here and talk to me crazy. Like, slow down.
Are you okay now? How am I call on you? Look,
just slow down.
If we agree to 2 hours, I'm here.
Don't crash out.
Call and check on me. You okay?
But just the assumption that you've been played and you need to go on a war path is that's
okay.
Not
you know what, nigga?
do.
Now it's at war. Now me and you at war because you don't want to get this nigga up
What
here.
did I do?
You had him running.
He wants to come at me so bad.
Your young debaters, nigga.
You are not my enemy, man. I'm not about to let you
man, chill out, DJ, man. You got the floor, bro. Just cool out, man. Just because Cosmo scared to show.
Do you want to come up? Do you want to play your video right now, JJ? That's not what you want to do.
It ain't no video. I keep telling you, bro. I have information that you're gonna be able to read.
Okay, bring the receipts. I'll share your receipts.
Get him up here.
Yeah, I'll share your receipts.
Get him up here.
Cosmon is in the crowd.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. 5 is
if he wanted to come up here, he would come up here. Get up here.
In the chat.
He's in the chat. He's listening.
Yeah, he just can't pull him on till he can. Once he
Cosmo probably sleepy. He said he's been up here for 12 hours.
Yeah, he probably punch drunk.
So, this ain't recorded. You run your mouth, bro. About him, you ran from him, did he? Remember? Gideon, you ran from Cosmo. I got this.
You coming in here straight out the French Quarter wanting to fight, man. Hold on, bro. Chill up, man.
Say you did.
Right, we chilling. We having a good conversation, a good build, and damn.
You didn't run from Cosmo. Now I got to show you Hebrew Israelites how to get these niggas. Nigga, after y'all
Hey,
lost
bro.
me, y'all lost your best debate.
I'm gonna
Hey,
tell the
best
people
debate
like I
run
told you, bro. I am
No,
not.
it was Daryl. It was Daryl Cosman. You want
Even
me to show the flyer?
listen, bro. I'm not gonna debate nobody who do not want to debate their own book, bro. That's just not gonna happen, JJ. I'm not doing it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Maybe you didn't run. I'm sorry for that. Let me ask you this. Can I ask you the question? Did you and Daryl Cosman set up a debate, and was there a flyer?
I wouldn't say it wasn't.
Yes or no?
If you said it was, I would agree with you. I can't remember, but that was a while back.
The
Go ahead.
don't tell on you.
But go ahead.
Wow. Tell him to get up here. Ain't nobody talking about no old flyers. This nigga talking about here, and I should be supposed to not eat meat. Nigga, you been eating pork chops. I said, let's do the challenge right now. Open your goddamn refrigerator, nigga. Your freezer. You got ham hocks and chitlins all in that bitch. He wouldn't open the freezer. So what he trying to do? He needs to get away and get up here right now. Get up here right now. Death match. That's all it is. I do death matches. That means somebody gonna run out of information. Somebody gonna start repeating themselves. Somebody gonna have ad homs. Somebody ain't gonna answer the motherfucking question.
But JJ, get to a point when you like Sean Wayans on "Don't Drink Your Juice in the Hood." You just swinging at you hitting everybody like nigga ain't much saying that like. But
okay, all right. Well,
Muhammad, 5672.
You sign up for
you gotta come to my page to get on the panel. Pull up Titans at Titans Debate League on YouTube.
So why didn't you show up for your? Hey, he ran from the goddamn Owaski. That's the difference between you and I. I destroyed him. Gideon, did you run from Daryl Cosman? Yes or no?
Man. No, bro. I canceled the debate because I'm not debating nobody who believe in the Owaski and they don't want me to talk about their book. Like, why would I do that, bro? Like, that's crazy.
Wow. Now let me get him then. You sit back and let the master do it. Then just be quiet and watch. Get him up here. Hey, get this nigga up here.
Arguing with Owaski members is like circular argument.
Dude is not Dr. Strange, but he can't pull people on the chat, but he gotta hit the link.
Be quiet, bro, because you ran.
Hold on. Before we do that, he sent me a video to play. He sent me a video to play from the chat.
Running your mouth and ain't beating nobody. Ain't nobody know, bro. All that fucking video shit, nigga.
Cool with
it. A video play what?
Man,
then I said, I said they won. I said they won the Pro Bowl until I found out.
Hold on.
I just wasted.
I'm cool with it. Dan, you just gonna say you lost it, brother?
We didn't lose.
Let's go. According to man.
Listen,
see my screen.
If I can say I beat
see my screen.
Because of
the voters poll,
uncle at a barbecue. What that is? We lost because of the voters. All right. That's it too. I just real quick, I want to agree with JJ. I didn't vote for y'all. Hey, I ain't gonna hear no loser. We lost this one. I'm cool with it. Dan, you just gonna say you lost it, brother?
We didn't lose.
Well, according to the audience, listen. If I can say I beat Takaria because of the voters poll, then I gotta say that we lost because of the voters. All right, that's it too. I just real quick, I want to agree with JJ. I didn't vote for y'all. Hey, I ain't no sore loser.
All right, let me stop it.
I'm cool with it.
Okay. Daryl Cosman has stepped on the panel to represent Creator Gang. Go ahead, Daryl. How you feeling today? Is anybody there? Can anybody hear me?
Nah,
we can hear you.
Okay.
Hey, my bad, right? Oh, my bad. Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think JJ's frozen. I'm gonna mute your mic, JJ. I'm gonna mute his mic until he figures it out. Go ahead, Daryl.
Hey, peace and light to the panel. How y'all doing? Everybody good?
Amazing. Thanks for asking.
Hey, much love to you. Hey, first and foremost, man, all praises to the ever-present Great Spirit, whose magnitude is incomprehensible and whose presence is everywhere. Look, I'm gonna put that out there first. Hey, listen, Gideon, he's still up here?
I'm right here.
Why you playing games?
Bruh, I'm not about to bait you about your book and you don't want me to talk about your book.
Hey, listen to me. Listen.
Both of my hands behind my back.
For the whole,
why are you swinging?
Hey, listen, Gideon. For a whole couple years, I think it might have been a couple years. Listen, for a whole couple years, I sat back and I watched you join these channels, right? And I sat back and I listened to it and I let you get away with what you talking about that you ain't run from the debate, bruh. Listen, man. When we did the debate, I was the one coordinating. You the one that told JJ that you wasn't able to debate that night, the date that we set. After we you made that little that you said that, I was the one coordinating with you in the background trying to make a second date, was I not?
Bro, we didn't coordinate for no second.
It's a yes or no, bro. It's a yes or no answer. I was in the bro, when you wasn't able to make the date, the day we were supposed to debate, we set a date. You said you couldn't make the date. I think it was like a day or two before the debate was supposed to happen. Did I not contact you and tell you? And I gave you like 3 days that I was available to do the debate. Did you or did you not choose a date?
I would have to go back and look at it. I don't.
Oh, now all of a sudden you got to go back and look at it, bro. Stop coming up on these channels talking about that I ran from the debate, bro. Don't do that, please stop.
I never said that.
Stop.
Okay. Let me know when you finish so I can respond.
Go ahead.
Okay, listen. I want you to listen close, because I don't want you to repeat what you just said, because that's false, right? I never said you ran from a debate. Every time I say something, this is what I say. I say I am not debating no Owaspian and not able to talk about how ridiculous that book is. Some type of way, if I'm a debating a Waspian, I gotta beat your book up. But we're not gonna have a debate. We're not even gonna entertain a debate where I can't talk about your book, because that's what I'm here for, to talk about how foolish that book is.
Okay. Now let's talk. Okay. So since you want to talk about how foolish the book is, talk about how foolish we use that same book to smash the Israelites, huh? Right. Talk about how we use that same book to smash Kemet, huh?
You have to
talk about how I use that same book. Talk about how I use that same book to go on multiple platforms to prove that your God is a demonic God, huh? Talk about how we use that book to show that people in your school of thought had answered yes. Even you answered yes, and we asked them if the God had asked them if they would kill their kid, would they kill their kid? Did you not see that, huh? We have plenty of people on record saying that they would. We got Hemi saying that he would do it, huh? We got Captain Cesariak saying that he would do it, huh?
Right. Let me.
Huh? We got your other. What's your other boy? The dude from Japan. We got him on record saying that he would do it, huh? We got you on record. No, man. No. But listen, you want to talk about bro. You want to talk about how ridiculous the book is, bro. But you worship a God that would influence you to kill a child.
Keep that energy when JJ come up here.
Huh? What you mean keep that energy when JJ
right
come up
here? I just added him back to the panel.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right.
Go ahead, man.
Now, number one, bro. This ain't about, bro. This ain't between me and JJ, bro. This is between me and you. I came up on here to holler at you, man, to shut you down.
Straight out the first quarter, looking for you, bro. Looking for any one of y'all, bro. Let's
cry for a minute, and then we're gonna get the clock out. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you right here, right now. You gonna get 3 minutes? I'm gonna get 3 minutes, nigga.
What you talking about, man?
But don't worry about me, bro. I don't got no smoke right now.
Let's go first about OSP, and I'm gonna get him. I'm built for this, nigga.
JJ, you in the same. JJ, you in the same. JJ, you in the same category as Gideon, man. You ain't finna go up here and do no better, because you was on the team with like 7 other 8 dudes, and you couldn't even smash us on Sonetter. So what are you talking about, man?
Hey, what are you doing here, man? You got a debate right
what
here.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? I ain't gonna sit here and debate you right now, man. You in the same category as Gideon is, man. You in the same category. You ain't finna do no better.
I ain't disrespecting Gideon, but why you crying? Y'all see him? Get the clock out.
Who crying, man?
JJ, he came in here looking for me. I ain't been looking for you, bro.
Man, but you sitting there. Listen, Gideon. Listen what I'm saying. Gideon. Listen what I'm saying. Gideon. Listen, Gideon. This is what I'm saying is, you came up on here yesterday and you kept making slick shots about Owaski. All right, but listen, your whole crew and you got smashed. Stop it. And that includes JJ. That includes JJ 7000. Stop it.
Right, this man specifically came up here looking for you. Right.
These niggas have been in a Owaski sanctuary in their life. They internet Owaski. Now start the fucking clock. I'll go first. Start the clock.
Start the clock. Anybody finna see it? Anybody see it? Grab a clock with you?
Come on, man. Bro, start the clock.
Yeah, all right, emotional. Hey, y'all keep crying, man. Love and light.
Daryl is in debating right now.
Through the
I've been
ram,
talking
right?
to him. He said he's gonna be coming back real soon. That he's working on something big.
Nobody.
That he,
Oh, man, I
I'm
said,
happy he even popped up here. That surprised me. Shout out Daryl Cosman. Appreciate you, brother. You breaking
Get
up
these
bad,
weak ass
JJ.
niggas over there. Start the
JJ,
clock.
he left. JJ, you got a delay though.
Okay, let me get him. Let me give me 3 minutes to get him. I'm gonna show you how they plagiarize some shit. How about
You don't
that?
need.
Give me
Just
3
go
minutes.
ahead. You got 3 minutes. Go. You got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, watch this now. Here are the names and titles that they got in their book that they got from everybody else. Jehovah are clearly derived from Jehovah or Yahweh, the covenant name of God in the Hebrew Bible, ladies and gentlemen. Now look at OSP. They claim that Jehovah as the true creator, while biblical Jehovah is often depicted as a false god within OSP narrative, but they got the name from him. All right, we got Christ, Krishna, the central figure in Christianity, is a recast as a powerful but ultimately false or lesser God. They take everybody gods and then they say that they're the lesser, right? You got Gabriel. They can't even come up with their own goddamn angels, y'all. You got Gabriel, Michael, Uriel, names of archangels directly from Judeo-Christian tradition, reassigned roles within the Osby angelic hierarchy. Let's go. They got Satan in the goddamn book, but they want to talk about the book. Huh? The adversary in Judeo-Christian theology is a prominent false god, a rebel angel in the Osby. They got Abraham. What you doing? What Abraham doing in your goddamn own book, man? A patriarchal figure mentioned but recontextualized within OIC broader ancient history. Now, yeah, I ain't no sources of reference to prove that Abraham a different story. Where y'all getting this from? You made it up. They got Moses in there, y'all. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. This is why he's scared. Daryl Cosman. You talking about Yahweh a demon, but then you call him, we're not gonna let you do a show on the Lion's Den, nigga. Let's go. Moses. They got Moses in it. What Moses doing in there? I think that was original. Huh? You talking about you're faithists. Faithists are not Israelites, but that's what y'all spreading because you guys are, goddammit, internet OSPs. You don't know. Look, watch this, y'all. OSP presents a dramatically different, offering critical account of Moses. We need to see the source of that. And the Exodus, yet uses the biblical figure. Why are we doing that? And you up here crying about it. You got Jesus hanging out with Tahuti, nigga. Elohim, a Hebrew name of God, plural in form, appears in OSP as a class of spiritual beings of gods. What, y'all can't come up with your own characters? Look at this. I mean, they got Adam and Eve in the Bible, and they OSP. Nigga, y'all some fucking plagiarizers. Look at it. The first human couple in Genesis, whose narrative is Respawn and OSP. You want some more, nigga? No, give me. He ain't got no information. Tell him I'm gonna give him 5. Watch him. He ain't got shit to say. Where Daryl Kaufman? Since he ain't coming, let me get his 5 minutes. Let me get his 5 minutes. Let me get his 5 minutes. Creation story. OSP presents his own extensive creation narrative, the cosmology, but it addresses similar fundamentals, questions about the origins of Genesis. Hey, baby, close the door because I'm beating this nigga up. Let me close. I ain't come here to titty pat, green books. Not Jay. He ain't up here. You want the real nigga? Hey, bro, you promised me a show, so we might well just segue to my show. We ain't got to start over. So I'm gonna beat the crap out of him, and he's not gonna come. None of them.
Put your receipts back up there, JJ. Put your receipts back up there.
Yeah, they ain't gotta be. I'm just gonna talk. He ain't got nothing.
Okay.
Then when it's top of the band, I can put it on stage.
He left before you started.
Hey, if you was him trying to face a juggernaut like the Lions Den and JJ, you would run too. Why you run out the building? He thought I was gone. Yeah, I was talking all that mess. Huh? They have a great flood story, y'all, in this book. Right? Oh, I speak includes narratives from floods or destruction from other people's narrative, echoing the Noahic flood narrative. Look at it. Straight copycat. Well, what the building of the tower doing in OSP? I mean, what the hell going on, y'all? And then they tell you when you ask the question, read the OSP, you'll know. I already peeked in, nigga. OSP has a parallel narrative about humanity building structures to reach the heavens. Where'd that come from, y'all? Get them in here. I want to go back and forth for 3 hours, and you're gonna see who got the real information.
Yeah, they left, JJ. They not on it today. We're gonna have to set that up for another day.
Then you can scrap right quick.
Go ahead. You two got the floor.
The fallen
you need
angels. All of this. No, bro, you shouldn't have gave me what? I can't get the floor for 15 minutes? So,
Yeah, I just
he go
want you
back
to
to
have a
he,
good connection though. You breaking up all over the place and it's really ruining the content. Like you're not clear. Nobody can hear you
You got
and
like a
it
whole
all right,
minute.
yeah,
I'm gonna call you.
you have a real
Listen, I'm
bad
gonna
delay
call
in the
you.
echo.
Okay, well, this is what we're gonna do for that. I'm gonna call you on Messenger, and you just hear my voice. I don't need to be up here. You'll hear my voice whooping this nigga ass. All right, I'll call you right
I
back.
can't share the screen.
Well,
Call
we
me on
got, well,
Messenger.
that'll be
Let me
whack.
I guess. At least he's creative though. I give him that. He
Like you
figures
call us
something
from
out.
jail or something, man.
Yeah, that's why he free. That's the funny thing. Uh yeah, I guess I'll, you know, do him like IBM. Let him get on the phone.
Yeah, JJ crazy, man.
JJ, wow. Classic JJ though, man. I'm not even tripping. I was about to say something, but then I'm like, I guess I'm part of the conscious community now. JJ wilding out on my channel. I guess I should be welcome. So, hey,
Suicide vest and all. Like, what's going on, man?
I'm excited for March 1st, man. How you feel about this?
I'm ready, man. Like I said, man, I'm not about to bait nobody about no Owaspy, and I can't talk about their Bible. Like,
Mm.
we not about to dance around the tulips like that. So big up to Cosmine for accepting the challenge. You know what I'm saying? You see, he be, So yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I just got to get my presentation done.
That's what's up. And some of the fastest, flyest graphics you ever seen made.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sure.
man. Yeah, I definitely like that. That's what it is.
Good looking, good looking. Before you even left the panel, that was done.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No suit and tie for me, man.
Yeah, Cosmo got the suit. He got Shorty
Yeah,
fanning him with the big leaf.
yeah, yeah. You know, yeah, he's doing his thing, so it's all good. I'm ready, man. I'm just ready, bro. That's what it is. King J, you need to get you a debate going somewhere, man.
We got to get King J in the ring, man.
Some.
He got something lined up, don't you? Promote where you at. I don't care where it's at, man. I don't gatekeep, man. Whoever trying to
Me and
listen on.
Asai got something coming up on the side. We just waiting for him to set it up.
That's what's up, y'all. It's gonna be over on Side Netter
What
channel,
y'all
man. Y'all
debate?
make sure y'all check that out whenever that come up for sure. What's his name again? Who you debating?
Asai, he one of the bomb squad members with Humble and God Energy in them.
That's what's up, man. Whenever that come up, it's gonna be on Side Netter channel. Make sure you check that out for sure.
But Gideon, real quick, I mean, to me, like it's so hard. I would never debate a WASP member because like the argument is just gonna be so circular, right? It's never anything that's gonna be, like they're so easy to beat up. It's like, I mean,
Yeah.
what are we really disproving here?
I mean, there's so many ways, like, it's just not beneficial, man. Like, whether you're looking at it from a spiritual standpoint or just, applying it socially to black people, like, man, it's just
So
it's
let me ask you this because it may be similar to debating a Gnostic, right? Because they believe in this divine revelation that is a personal experience. How are you going to go about handling that as far as determining if this person is actually having a divine experience or not?
right. Well, I mean, that's a good question. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, the first thing you start with is the credibility of the person in question.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who is this person that's coming up with this? You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Like, what is his overall mind state? Whereas when you look at the prophets and they're speaking, we see that it's preserved, that it's spoken of in the name of the Most High. And my opinion, a reason why a lot of scholars the biblical text to the 7th century is because they see a lot of prophecies that were fulfilled. So
Mm-hmm.
they have to set those dates after those prophecies been fulfilled. So it makes it look like it was written retrospectively, whereas not the prophecy wasn't prophesied. So when we looking at examples of that in the Torah versus what we see in the Owaspi, that alone, not even talking about the historical credibility that the Owaspi is giving us and what it is saying, it just doesn't even hold up to the text. Like they really don't, like the faithist movement, the spiritualist movement that we see in the 19th century, it's all built upon a Renaissance humanist ideal of pseudoness. Like it's just crazy.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
So yeah, like I say, I want to make it to where the people can at least like have some type of enjoyment from it, because we're gonna do 3 rounds. So I just want to see the information that he brings, because like just like even just like socially speaking, like even just like however you want to categorize yourself, like what do you see in that book that you can benefit from? Like, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like it's crazy.
Hey, we got JJ7K on the phone through the Facebook call. I don't know if I'm the first person to ever do this, but let's see if this works. JJ, give a mic check and let's see if they can hear you.
Yeah, mic check, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yeah, they hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, man. Like I say, man, they're putting out a false narrative of this OSP and how they beat the Hebrews. Like, that is a lie. And everything that they brought up, I addressed or rebutted. So this book of OSP is created by a white racist psychopath dentist who has ties connected to Freemasons, ties to connection. They call themselves spiritualists and faithists. This has nothing to do with the Hebrew Israelite, but these guys are running around here saying that they actually say that they are Hebrew Israelites. They actually think that their science in this book is real. So I'm gonna hit you in the helmet right now with your science. Let's start there. Let's start there with the flaws in science in this book. But I know you notice Cosmon and Daryl Cosmon and Selah Shalom and what's the other guy named Malachi Maccabee. They always on the attack of everybody else's spiritual beliefs. But this book right here didn't come out to the 1800s. There is no ancient scrolls. There is no Comedics dealing with this. No Macedonians. No people from the Levant. People from Kemet. None of that. So let's start right here. Let's get into this. So we're gonna disprove the science by bringing confirmed science with sources, reference, and peer-reviewed articles, answers with Chicago and New York style citations. That's how we do this, man. I wish I could come on and share my screen. All right. So here we go right here. So key scientific flaws in OSP's cosmology that they won't. Hey, can you please get them up here? I want to do a battle. I want to do a debate death match where you're gonna see who really got the real information. Why they run out the building? Up here trying to attack the young debaters. So let's go, y'all. Key scientific flaws in OSP cosmology. A detailed breakdown of the major scientific concepts in OSP and the modern scientific understanding that directly refutes them, right? General scientific principles and landmark discoveries, the established scientific theories and experiments that contradict OSP's claims. This is why he ran, y'all, right? So I will illustrate how you can construct strong rebuttals from the OSP's claim in modern science. I'm gonna show y'all, right? So here we go. Let's start out. Now you ever hear them and they being out there, put your vortexes up, put your water vortexes up. You know, all this. Oh. Can you hear me clear? So let's start there.
You're good. You're good.
Let's start there. All right. So one of the things. So listen. This is OSP science is larger a product of 19th century speculative physics and spiritual cosmology, largely predating and failing to incorporate major scientific revolutions. Get up here now. I dare you, Daryl Cosmon. You supposed to be the brains behind this. I'm gonna get you, right? Vortexian cosmology. You can see these guys up here teaching this Vortexian cosmology and luminarious ethers, right? See, 7,000 been in your book. That's why they ran out the building. OSP claimed the universe is filled with ether, that's luminous ethers and stars, planets, and even spiritual entities are formed sustained by rotating vortexes
within the ether, gravity, light, and heat are explained through these eternal mechanisms. Excuse me. Modern science. Look at this A1. You better get these guys in here. It's gonna be brutal.
You silly. Go ahead.
Look, this is why they scared to debate me. It was a team debate.
Let me
I
drop a
wasn't
bomb for
losing.
you, man.
Drop a bomb.
There you go.
Yeah. Modern scientific rebuttals. It's these young bomb squads. Hey, pay attention to Uncle 7000. This is how you get these pseudos, right? They mad at y'all. All these gatekeepers coming out trying to block these young fellas. Man, cut it out. We can't be here forever. In the shine. Let them do it. You already signed them up.
What they trying to do to us?
Trying to block this. Unc West and trying to come against Bomb Squad. I trust me, I peek around. Unc West. And then you got two of the dumbest. OTK and Cosmo. OTK. Oh, I'm original Aboriginal. You mean tell me you ain't mixed with nothing? Where your tribes at? Where your culture? What language you had? Huh?
Shots fired. He's calling out OTK. I know OTK is looking for a debate over here.
He been with my students. He know it. He know it.
Let's make it happen.
It's gonna have to happen. Look at this, y'all. We gonna keep going, man. They would never come up here again once y'all get this information. They would never come up here again. Shout out to the Lions Den. Now look at it. Now, most scientific about this concept of luminaries ether was definitely disproven. Then they got a genocentric modified genetic bias. OSP claims, while not strictly geocentric, see, Cosmo don't even know about this. They just picking and choosing what they want to teach. OSP cosmology heavily emphasized Earth's unique position, spiritual importance, and specific etherian fields. They claim it's like 1,500 different heavens, y'all. If you know what I'm saying, making stuff up. They got Tahuti and Jesus hanging out together. Come on, man, make that make sense. Hey, well, what you think about that? Tahuti and Jesus hanging out. You think that's possible?
I don't think that's possible. I got to read it to see if it's in there. I got to see what you're talking about.
That is crazy.
I already did. This is why they run. You see, you ran out the building.
In A1, if you got anyone in the
look, they got ether in the field.
Hold on, JJ.
Influence.
Oh, hold on, JJ. Hold on 1 second, JJ. Somebody's trying to talk. I'm gonna let him.
If you got any one of them cosmons in the chat,
Beta, because somebody just come here and run their lips.
Nobody's running their lips. They're trying to ask a question for you, and I'm about to pass the question to you. So just hold on. They can hear everything you're saying. Hold on, JJ. You can't hear them, but I got you. Go ahead, Gideon.
Yeah, I just want to say if there's any cosmons in the chat.
Nah, he won't ask a question after he done ran from these guys. Ain't that something?
They don't want high puff. Hold on, JJ, bro. I'm just trying to help you out. If there's any cosmons in the chat,
right now I'm in the battle,
and they not coming up.
Okay, I got it.
You need to kick them out, like straight up.
Got it.
Brother, hey, if you could let me know when I can jump on, but I'll wait for the other brothers to build. But just let me know if I can cook a little bit too. All right. What's your name? What's your name, brother? Because I've never been to your channel before. The host of this channel. What's your name, brother? Yo, brother, can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear you. A1, can you hear the brother that's talking?
His name is A1. Okay, no. Shalom, Gideon, Shalom, JJ too. I don't think the brother can hear me. Yeah, I never been over to this brother channel. I was watching it on piggybacking off of JJ channel, and the brother told me to come in. You know, I just wanted to cook for a little bit, but this is crazy. So I can't believe that I agree with JJ on this, man. The OSP is straight garbage, man. You know, you had this guy. What was it? John Newborough. He published it in 1882. Hold on. And the crazy thing about it, man, like, if we so-called believe in the Most High, you know, I don't know. I know you do, Gideon, but you kind of off too. We dive into that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But why would the Most High give it to a white racist man, and he is a traveling dentist? Like, you can't cook up another you can't cook up another tale better than this. It said he was pseudo archaic.
You know what I'm saying? And then if JJ is listening, because like I said, I agree with JJ on this. If JJ recall, I think in one of the Bible, well, not the Bible verses, but that Oaspi garbage, they talk about a people called the Drooks. And I think the Drooks are the so-called like black people. And it's racist as hell, man. They talk about them,
They try to
persecuting
gloss
them,
over it. They
beating
try
them.
to see the Droogs
Yeah.
ain't black, but they describe them literally as black people.
Correct me, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. I want to hear you.
That's a fact. And just even if you just like accept that stuff, man, they got to be some form of self-hate, just psychologically looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Let alone, like you said, the pseudo archaic doctrine. Like it's
Pseudo
straight
archaic doctrines. Facts.
type of
Facts,
thought.
Gideon.
Like,
And the crazy thing about it, hold on, this is what's crazy. I don't know where Sailor Shalom is from. He sound like he like a New York brother or something like that. But I'm from Chicago. Cosmon and all them brothers, they from freaking Detroit, man, right next door. You telling me these brothers from Detroit is following some freaking white man, a traveling dentist? I'm lost for words. I can't believe, like I said, brothers from out the hood too. Detroit at that. I'm like, I can't wrap my head around it. But like I said, man, the OSP is pure garbage. JJ was right. It's cosmology. Yeah, and I think that's where Cosmon get his name from. It's
they go by the cosmos.
cosmology. Yeah,
It's
the
like
creation of the
age.
it stands for the creation of universe and planets.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, he's pseudo archaic spiritual teachings. It said the so-called the new commandments and ethical guidelines for humanity. First of all, why would the Most High give out new commandments? He don't change. So like none of this makes sense. Like you can literally debunk the OSP and you can just break it down and tear it down to shreds so it falls and it collapses down on its own foundation because the OSP don't got no foundation. The guy was a freaking dentist.
That whole movement, that whole period was during a time when a lot of Europeans that was immigrants in America, they was doing a lot of homesteading, going west, bringing a common religion with them, like selling tablets that they like. A lot of them was like psychics and mediums and, fooling a lot of people to follow them. And, they go and make territories. And like, so that's the mind state and the worldview that person who freestyled that, who they accepted, that freestyle wrote that book. That's his mind frame. Like he just was a con man, like straight up and down.
You know what? You know what, Gideon? You absolutely correct because you just brought up a real good point. Like you said, there was Europeans that came up over here, and the thing is, they didn't have no work. So what did they do? They was cook. Remember, they was traveling. They'd be like on a stagecoach or a wagon, traveling from town to town, selling potions to people. Because John Newborough did that too.
Yeah.
But before he came up with the OSP, he was going from town to town. He was basically he was a charlatan.
Yeah, snake oil salesman, like you say, selling potions. Snake oil
salesman. Selling potions, telling people, "Oh yeah, you need me to pull your teeth and pay." And the thing is, before a person realized that he didn't jack them up, he off on the goddamn wagon, traveling to the next town to go cohorse and cahoots and fool people and rip them off for their money. This guy John Newborough was a straight charlatan and a scam, and anybody can just go back into the history and find that out. So you was absolutely right, Gideon. You was right, brother.
Yeah, it's just madness to even accept that doctrine. Like it don't even much hold up historically. Like it's crazy.
Hold on, I'm looking at this thing. It said the OSP. The text is characterized by its pseudo-archaic style and includes over 100 illusions.
Yeah.
Illusions? You know, so basically, this guy John Newborough. He took his charlatan and his scamming ways and published this garbage up in 1882. You know what I'm saying? It's yeah, this guy, he was basically he was mixing biblical text into all kind of like witchcraft and yeah, cosmology, spiritual teachings, fake historic accounts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's I like I said, I don't even know how. Now, you know, I am kind of one-sided too, because I'm an Israelite brother. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, I don't understand how a black man could fall for some garbage like this, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but I know I probably sound crazy because I know sometimes people would be like, "Well, you a black man, you know, how could you fall for the Bible?" You know, the Bible is our history. You know that's my point. But that's you know that's another story. That's another topic. But sticking on this though, the guy was a charlatan. His whole background is flawed. You know, his teachings is flawed, background flawed, charlatan, diving into witchcraft, taking people money, ripping them off. You know, he just wasn't a solid dude, man. This guy, you know, I want to say he probably had like anybody that can make this up. He probably had some type of mental health issue. I don't know, but you know.
Yeah. But see, that's the poison doctrine of Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Because, and when I say Christianity, I'm speaking of that the oppressors that they practice and that they teach. Like, because it give you license to have no type of boundaries. You know what I'm saying? All of that, the Jehovah's Witness, the Latter-day Saints, the OWASP, all of them is just sects of Europeans who unfortunately twisted the scripture to fit their own understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like that was prevalent during that time. And like you say, like how can a black person fall for that? Like it's crazy.
You know what, Gideon, you just hit the nail right on the head. You know, speaking of that, that's crazy because I grew up Muslim. Like I said, I'm from Chicago. I grew up Muslim. I went to the mosque on the south side off of Stony Island in the 80s. So and you could tell by my name, but even though I'm an Israelite brother, but you know, I don't want to name myself. So I just kept my, you know, my born name, Omar Muhammad. I grew up Muslim. And then when my parents divorced, my mother left my father, and me and my brother, you know, we went with my mother, and we were Jehovah Witness at one point. And you know what these bastards did? They disfellowshipped my mother because my mother was studying like other kind of scriptures too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But my mother was actually friends with Ben Amin and them brothers in their movement when they first left Chicago and went out to Israel, but then they booted them out of Israel. And I forgot the country they stayed in Africa for like 2 or 3 years until they got the sponsorship to actually go and then make their home up in Dimona. But you know, I you know, like I said, you know, I know a lot about a lot of these religions. I mean, you know, my grandmother from the South, she from Mississippi, so I go down there and visit. You know, she in the Baptist church. They out there yelling. And then, like I said, I remember I was out there selling freaking bean pies for the Nation of Islam in Chicago. Like I said, then I dived into a little bit, you know, with my moms, once they broke up or whatever, to the Jehovah's Witness. And yeah, man, you know, I had a real deep and good journey, man, you know, but you know, I found the truth. And you know, I just want to be genuine on how I talk too. You know, I do side with the UPK brothers, though. You know, I ain't gonna sit here and, you know, be disingenuous. I side with the UPK brothers. So, you know, my ideology is more towards what they would call a One West so-called doctrine. And I heard you before, Gideon. I know you don't really get down with the One West doctrine, but you know, I'm always respectful. I tried to build with JJ the other day. You know, we was going back and forth, and he was being a little bit unfair. You know, we jousted a little bit, and you know, but
But I gotta apologize to the brother JJ. I was on his platform. I apologize. For going in, but I just want the brother to be more fair too up on his joint. But I do agree with you and JJ on this specific topic about the OSP. But I'm gonna let you cook, Gideon. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But like I said, Shalom, I ran across you before. You know what I'm saying? And it's always,
Shalom, shalom.
yeah, it's always been respectful. And my thing with the camps is, you know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of, because just the information and just the logic and the validity of it. Like it just really didn't add up to me. It really still don't. I know a lot of good brothers that's in the camps. Like I say, those are some of the most fervent brothers we got. You know what I'm saying? But it's just my opinion. I think that doctrine, man, the budget the FBI have for COINTELPRO, bro, I'm quite sure is in the millions. So, not even speaking about the internet that they putting on, the people they putting amongst us, but back then, you know what I'm saying? They playing chess, so. I think that doctrine, bro. I think it's COINTELPRO, bro. It just don't add up, you know what I'm saying. And if I can just break down just in several of them, you know what I'm saying.
So I respect your opinion, but respectfully, brother Gideon, I highly disagree with you. Um, a good backdrop so people can know where I'm coming from. So how I ran into UPK, right, and start rocking with them brothers. I used to be infatuated with Kemet. I was a straight Kemet lover. Boy, did I love Kemet, because I remember back when I was in grade school, I was doing essays and they kept saying Egypt, Egypt, Egypt. And I was like, nah, I think post Egypt, it was Kemet, right? So I was just like super fascinated with it. And then I ran into Sonetta channel and I was loving all them. But I said, man, I love this stuff. Man, yo, Captain came on there one time, Captain Tazariak, man. And you know what? The crazy thing, I remember I was laughing at him. I was like, who is this nigga dressed up like a Power Ranger? I'm like, who is these? But like I said, I remember because the Israelite brothers, they got a strong presence in Chicago. And I always seen them too up in Chicago. Like I said, my mother was friends with Ben Amin and them and stuff like that. So um I knew a little bit about the Israelites, but I was like, and it was like, oh yeah, this one West doctrine and woo, 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 woo. And I was like, yo, I hope these Kemetic brothers tear him up. And you know what I come to find out, man? Like the way Captain Tazariak, like the way he articulated and he handled himself, it was like he put he put belt to ass on them niggas, man. And then I was looking up. I'm like, man, this dude don't know what he's talking about. Let me go look at some of these scriptures on what he's talking about. And the thing is when I dived up into it, I started looking for myself, and I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I think this brother might be right. So I started listening to him and following him. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I told JJ and the other brothers the other day, I'm not official UPK, but like I said, I highly side with him. Um, it's just like my spirit resonate with them brothers. You know what I'm saying? And I consider them brothers to be good brothers, man. Pretty
Yeah,
solid brothers.
like I say, there's a lot of good brothers that's in that. You know what I'm saying? But like I say, when you just look at it, not even for instance, let me see, if they was to say that uh a big problem I have, out of the 12 tribes, 8 of them is what we would call Latin people. So if you're historically that don't match up, but then we're leaving one place where we're the minority, and when we're getting salvation, we're going to a place where we're eternally going to be a minority, because Latin people and black people are different. I don't like however a person want to cut it, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we did father a lot of, Latin peoples, but for the most part, they're like indigenous to the Caribbean, and you know what I'm saying, children of Spaniards, and you know what I'm saying. So like that was a big problem with me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got this guy next to you, you know what I'm saying, looking like, El Scarface, and he's talking to like black women, like because I know the history. I know historically, it's like we cannot be the same people. So like that's one of the big things that I seen that they introduce, like, you know what I'm saying, to divide us, like, you know what I'm saying. Then with the African thing, like, you know what I'm saying. So there's a lot of things, bro. Like, a lot of things.
No. So I respect your outlook on that, Gideon, but you absolutely wrong, brother, and this is why. I noticed a key thing that you said. You said a Latin people. I say a so-called Latin people because here's the thing here. If you from a bloodline of a Spaniard, I agree with you on that point. But when the Spaniards came over there to them to those lands, it was already niggas and it was indigenous Taino and Arawak Indians up over there at that. So here's the thing here. But let's really dive into this subject and look at it. The thing is, even if Spaniards came over there, the conquistador came up over there, went into the interiors of those lands, beat them down, enslaved them, put them in bondage. That don't mean that the Arawak and the Taino, the native people of that line, they bloodline got erased. So my thing is, if you come from an Arawak, Aztec, Mayan, Taino, native indigenous people of those lands, if you come from that stock, that lineage, then you are Israel. That's my view. That's my view on it. But you can go ahead and cook too, because I want to hear the rest of your outlook on that, brother Gideon.
Omar, do you come to that conclusion based off of a prophecy or some sort of actual migration pattern?
Who is this talking? Respectfully. Oh, King J, you be the brother on Sinetta channel, right?
Sometimes, yeah, I fuck with Saw for sure.
Okay. So shalom to you and respect.
Shalom.
So this is how I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. So this is where I came up from because, like I said, I didn't believe in that. Well, I don't want to call it garbage now because it's what I believe in, but I used to call it garbage because I didn't believe in it. I said, man, ain't no way. How the hell they gonna be the children of Israel? The thing is, I want to say after the Persian. I think it was the Persian captivity. Those certain tribes, Reuben and a few other ones, had left, and they went into the land of Osiric.
Wait. Let's stop right there. So you talking about Azareth, and you talking about
that.
How they're supposed to walk through, into
No, King J. If you read the scripture, they said that they sailed on ships. They didn't walk. They sailed on ships.
To Azareth?
We can pull up that. Yeah, we can pull up that scripture and take a look at it.
And that's a non-canonical source, right?
No. I'm gonna correct myself. My bad, King J. It didn't say they came by ships. It said that
they walked.
Nah, it said that they came over water. Oh man, my computer. Can you pull it up?
I'm familiar with the story. Do you want to source the book that it's coming from? Because I forget it. Is it not? It's not the book of Jasher.
I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna try to grab it, man. No, it's not Jasher. It's not Jasher. I don't.
It would be second.
Well,
it's who?
I think so. Yeah. I don't. Well, I don't take Jasher to be scriptorial because it don't line up. It don't line up with biblical text prophecy. Correlating to that. But even if you just go back into the history of the Israelites, it said that the people was of the sand of the sea. And even when you look in scriptures, Israelites had
nappy hair like wool, and some Israelites had goat hair straight. So the thing about it, the tribes of Israel can produce different looking people, but at the end of the day, you base it upon the seed of the father. Because if you remember back in the story in Egypt, when they was going to war, they wouldn't beating up the women and doing that to them. They was trying to wipe out the bloodline, because every people or culture going back, into antiquity, always win by the seed of the father. I want to say matrilineal, correct me. Is it patrilineal or matrilineal? Do the seed of the man.
Patrilineal.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Patrilineal. Yeah. So, but no. I want to hear you cook though, King J. Go ahead, brother.
I was waiting for you to give me more about Azareth. So I was just asking you, like, where did you come with this? So it sounds like you subscribe to like a 12 tribe chart or something of that nature.
I do.
Yeah. So I mean,
yeah, that's just kind of hard to prove, man, and that's why I kind of like, what I'm saying, fell off from the camp doctrine, because like when you're looking at it, it's just kind of, this is what I say when I'm saying about the Israelites. I say that the Israelites in their origin are what we call sub-Saharan black people. So with that being said, logically speaking and thinking, an Israelite can be any color, especially today. You know what I'm saying? So for the camps to say that, every Latino is an Israelite, you know what I'm saying? It's just like the history doesn't speak to that, because it's a lot of sources that speak to black Israelites in the Caribbean as being amongst the indigenous population. You know what I'm saying?
Gideon, brother Gideon, you making huge mistakes, because if you notice how you talking, like your wordage, you keep saying every Latino. They never said every Latino is an Israelite. They don't say that. They said specifically, if you come from the indigenous people, the Arawak Indians, the Tainos, the Aztecas, the Mayans, if you come from that lineage, father, passed down, then you are an Israelite. A Spaniard, if a Spaniard man come over, come up, into this land, into the interiors and do that, they wouldn't be considered Israelites. So Gideon, I think you should use better wordage, because you said every.
Okay, right. Nah,
them brothers never said every. They never said that. And, so I just want to speak truth. But no, go ahead, Gideon. My bad. Go ahead, brother.
No, and you're right to be more specific, and you actually said some names, and what I would say is, like, I have not ran across it. No history saying that the Aztecs, the Mayans, or even what we call sub-Saharan Negro types, let alone like from the Israelite nation. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got a totally different history. You know what I'm saying? From the mound builders in Louisiana to the Aztecs and the people from the Honduras, like the Yucatan. Mm-hmm. So
the Yucatan Peninsula.
Yeah, you just taking on a whole bunch of history and trying to say, like, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So Omar, real quick, do you have any contention with Joseph Adams and his story? Because it seems as if you would subscribe to something like that, right? So when we ask how did they get here, would you say the 70 AD?
Joseph Adams ain't Joseph Adams the Mormon?
Yes. And so the story behind
absolutely not. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, because his story is that he found those gold plates, and upon reading them, it says that they came from the Native Americans are basically Hebrew Israelites, and they came over after the Second Temple destruction of 70 AD. That's the Mormon story behind those plates that he discovered, right? Is that Native Americans are actually Hebrew Israelites. So I didn't know if you probably knew about
they
that.
They yeah. So I'll dive into it.
Can you give us a primary source, or say, hey,
this point in period of time, the Israelites, because the Arzareth that you mentioned, it comes from second Esdras, and it just mentions, I think it says like Eret something, a faraway land, right? And so it has to deal with the Assyrian disbursement, right? So
The
that's
Assyrian captivity.
and that's going to be around like 732 BC. So, but that's a long, far time from 70 AD, right? And so we know where we know where the Assyrians dispersed those Hebrews to. They went to Hala, Medes, and Goshen, right? It literally lists where.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of them.
And then when Darius comes back, he sends Ezra back, right?
Yeah, you got a point.
No, but I'm just asking. No, I'm just asking. I'm not even debating. I'm just asking where.
No, I know, brother.
According to your theory, where would they have left and came to America? Like what point in time?
So, King J,
Yes.
you was off, brother. You was off, brother. You said the Assyrian disbursement in 70 AD. It wasn't.
I said 732 BC. I said 70 AD
No,
is the second temple.
no. 587, brother.
Well,
587.
that's the second. That's Judah. So you got to remember the first disbursement was the Northern Kingdom, and that's in the 700s, brother. That's the fact. The 500 date is the kingdom of Judah. Like, I'm very familiar with this topic and subject, but I'm really just asking a question. But you're not answering the question. You're going to.
Can I read it?
I just really want you to answer the question. Right? Do you have a source, brother, that shows?
I'll read it.
Or a theory. I just want to know your theory behind it.
I'll read it.
Read what?
The Assyrian captivity dispersion refers to the mass deportation of the Israelite nation from the kingdom of Israel to Assyrian Empire. The event began. I'm getting to it. The event began immediately after Assyrian conquest of Israel, overseen by King Tiglath-Pileser III and Shalmaneser the fifth. The captives known as the 10 lost tribes. These ain't all 12. These was the 10. Let me continue. Where they resettled various parts of the Assyrian Empire in the kingdom back to the kingdom of Judah, the sole Israelite kingdom until the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem in 587 BC, resulting in the Babylonian captivity of the Israelite people. Only the 10 tribes, the Assyrian captivity victims, known as the 10 lost tribes in Judah, left the sole Israelite kingdom and went to the 10 went to the land of Azareth.
Brother, you made that up.
So that's just a little bit right there. That's a little bit right there.
Okay, so I just want to clear up where you got it wrong, right? So when I said, brother, there's two disbursements. One is the northern kingdom, and one is the kingdom of Judah. You read the kingdom of Judah, right? So I asked you the date. I don't know what's the problem. So the northern kingdom of Israel refers to the kingdom of Israel, also known as Samaria, and the 10 tribes was conquered by a population dispersed by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Date of conquest. I said
that's the Babylonian captivity.
Hold on. I said 732.
My bad, King J. My bad,
brother.
Let me
speak. I said 732. I was mistaken. It was 722 BC. So under the kings, under the Assyrian kings, Shalimar V and Sargon II. So it says this dispersal, such as Hala and Medes and Goshen. This is where they were sent to, the 10 tribes. So it says in contrast to the southern kingdom of Judah, which wasn't invaded to 587, 586 BC. So when I'm giving you the dates, brother, and you're acting like I said something wrong, you just weren't aware. So it's two different disbursements, brother. It's not just one.
Brother, I know there's two different disbursements.
So why did you argue with me when I said 732 BC?
Because the first disposition, the first disposition was the Assyrian Empire. The second one was the Babylonian Empire. So yeah, I
Brother,
agree with you, brother.
brother, I said the Assyrian disbursement, 732 BC. You said no, it's 500 something.
587.
No, the Assyrians are 722 BC, and they dispersed the northern kingdom to Hala, Goshen, and Medes. That happened at 722 BC, not 586. Can we agree to that?
I agree with that. But here's the thing here. Low key, the Assyrians and the Babylonians are the same goddamn stock, though, at the end of the day, man.
They're not the same. It's not the same empire, and it's not the same time period.
No.
They're
I
not
said of
the same. Even then with your logic,
stock.
brother. Even then with your logic,
The same
brother.
stock.
Even then, the Persians come along and send them back. So you're not even making sense.
Well, you got loads of them. You have the Persian
yeah.
captivity, the Babylonian captivity, and you have the Assyrian captivity.
I think this question is, how do they get to the Americas? Because
that was the only question.
That seems like a fringe theory.
Brother, already answered that.
What was your answer? Because you didn't
what was the answer? I'm sorry, I jumped on it.
I said after the second expulsion.
After the second expulsion, how did they get to America?
King J was part. He was. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. I apologize. I think I'm talking too fast.
No, I apologize.
You're asking the same questions that I asked you, Omar, because you didn't answer the question. So when I gave you the second Esdras that talked about Arzareth, that is the first Assyrian disbursement. That's the 722 date. So I'm asking you from that date, how did they get to Arzareth? I'm just asking you your theory. Like,
let me pull up the scripture. Hold on. I got you.
Quite frankly, Arzareth.
I got you, brother.
An identifiable place. So this is speculation.
Yeah, but I'm just entertaining his logic because I just want to see how far he started through.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, brother. No, y'all can keep cooking. I want to hear y'all cook too while I pull this up right quick. Go ahead, brothers.
Well, I'm just waiting for your answer because I'm just trying to figure out how did you get them here.
I'm pulling it up.
Okay.
Well,
go to second Esdras. Go to second Esdras, and you'll find the word Aretz, Akaretz, and it means another land. So the journey was stated to take a year and a half to reach the land. So that's according to the narrative. So I'm just giving you some input.
I got you, King J. Hold on, brother.
When the Assyrians deported the Israelite population, they didn't deport all of the people. Israel Finkelstein estimates about 40% or 20%, which is the elite class of Samaria, which is the capital of Israel at the time. And they deported them for reasons that they deported other elite class within other kingdoms, is because the Judeans were good with finances. What's his name? Ashurbanipal put him in his government to work in the government.
I don't think it was just because they were good with finance. I think that was just their policy to repopulate. So they would take them and then they would repopulate and place them into lands amongst their enemies, so that
that's what it says. That's what it says, King J. Because they were in control. In a sense, they were in control of the trade routes because that's where their territory lied. So that's why they're client kingdoms. That's why they were puppet kings. Because
their location is like a cushion, like they're in between. Yeah.
And that is a historical fact.
Brother.
I mean, it might sound like a thing today.
No, it doesn't at all, because like you say, once they took them, they repopulated the land with their own people and different people from different nations. So when Ezra comes back, that population that he's
but
go ahead, you cut off.
No, you go ahead. You talking about Ezra?
Yeah, I was saying that population that they encountered, that Sumerian population, that population that didn't have a priesthood, right? Because the priesthood was sent off, so they didn't even know how to worship. They didn't even know how to worship the God correctly, right? So I think that was part of the reason why. while they were actually sent back, right? So they wanted to help rebuild the temple, right? And they were told no. They went and told to Cyrus or went and told Darius. Darius goes and looks it up and say, yeah, there's an edict that Cyrus decreed. Matter of fact, help them build it, and the money they're supposed to give us, give it to them. So you know what I'm saying? There's a distinction between the people who came back and the original population, that Sumerian population that was still there. I definitely would make a distinction.
That's fine. This is according to the narrative. So there will be like differences in the historical record, but yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. So when we talk about the Sumerian Pentateuch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that dated like 100 BC, 200 BC?
Yeah, well, that's a late text. Actually, it's a compilation of various different texts. It's not one strenuous text.
Right. So I don't know. I just feel as if the Judean tribes are the real, like, that's who you want to be. You want to be a Jew. You want to be from Judah.
That's who they want to be. Yeah, that's definitely who they want.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I had to say, like, I want to draw my lineage, I'm trying to draw my lineage from Judah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what they're doing. They're not really trying to claim Israel. The only reason they claim Israel is because of the biblical text and the relationship that it has with Israel. But this is a Jewish text. This is a Judean text. This is a Judite text for the most part.
The Torah, or you mean the prophets?
The text, the biblical text, the
entire biblical text.
Yeah.
Well, what I would say it's not Judean because these texts.
I don't know why you would disagree, King J. That's the consensus.
Because these texts existed in Ugaritic myth, Elamite myth.
You said, okay, you're talking about mythology. Now you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about the mythos. The mythos that's in the. Well, I'm talking about like the hero mythos, like the resurrection cults. We see the hero, the 3-day. You know what I'm saying? Like those things that we already see established within the region that are a part of certain cultures' mythos that we find in the Bible. Sumerian texts in cuneiform. The book of Daniel we find in there, like all those stories. I would say all the stories pre-Iron Age are mythos stories from other cultures. We don't have a Judah until what, 800. When do we have Judah?
We don't have an established Judite kingdom until about like the 7th, 8th century, late 7th century, early 7th century, late 8th century.
Yeah, so they're not plagiarizing text. They're just
sharing. I don't have those conversations. I don't see the value. I don't see the value in those conversations because that's not how you should see the text, as plagiarism from other ancient texts or other ancient stories. These people are related in ways that we are still learning to understand, and their relationship to each other, like through trade and through just a similar shared culture. You know, stories travel, like. And and if we think about it, think about this. If we think about it, think about the Epic of Gilgamesh. People don't realize how popular that story was in the ancient world. We have Hittite variants of the Epic of Gilgamesh. It was used in scribal schools all throughout the Levantine area. That's how popular. It's so popular. I'm gonna give people a little treat. If you go into the Book of Giants, right? It mentions Gilgamesh and Hubaba. These are Sumerian deities. Gilgamesh is from that epic. What is it? Atrahasis, yeah. And Hubaba is a Mesopotamian deity. And when you look at it like that, it is so interesting because you can see now that how popular these stories were. And how it could have possibly later on developed into these traditions. Like most scholars, like John Day, he thinks that the Gilgamesh narrative is a polemic. I mean, the biblical narrative, the Noah, the flood narrative is a polemic against these Mesopotamian texts and these traditions that were floating around. So that's the interesting thing to think about. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I see it when I think about plagiarism. I don't see it as like that.
No, me neither. Me neither. Me neither. Definitely not a plagiarism. Mm-hmm. So, and far as like even linguistically, when we look at the lexicons, right, they share similar the same lexicon. Like, so what is it? What is it with the Canaanite pantheon and lexicon that whereas we see them speaking similar vernaculars? Like, for instance, the Ugarit is just the same as the Hebrew. The Hebrew, they're all Northwest Semitic languages, and even so it's just like one big. Like when you can read the Moabite text, the Misha Stella, if you know Hebrew, even though it's not written in Hebrew. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I kind of see it like this. If you, since we're on this topic of deportation, like the Assyrians and the Babylonians, probably one of the most recognized, I guess, empire to do these practices. We don't really see any like data, historical data for Egypt doing these massive deportations and then you get to later on during the Greek and Roman periods where they start to revive these practices. But Tiglath-Pileser, he did, during that time they did two-way deportations where, like you said, King J, they would uproot a people from their land and replace them with a different, and it created what we call a melting pot of cultures. So when I hear Israelites talk, these Hebrew Israelites talk about, bloodline and culture and identity, about you don't know.
There's no way.
These people are heavily mixed and shared, for a long time before you even get to the Roman period, to even say 70 AD. John Hyrcanus, he forced converted Edomites to Judaism, or well, quote unquote Judaism, whatever that was at the time. So you don't know the bloodline, all that stuff is nonsense. That they talking strictly from a biblical perspective, because that just doesn't match the historical record. These people are, you don't know who's who unless they claim an identity. So
yeah, it's all mixed up for real.
Where that brother go, man? Where that brother?
I got your answer, King J. I'm here.
Go ahead, brother. We was waiting on you.
All right, thank you. No. I was listening to y'all brothers cook too. I was pulling up this information. So what we gonna do right quick? We're gonna go to Second Esdras. It's chapter 13, verse 40. Okay. Verbatim. So those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea, the king, who Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, led away the captive. He carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took it on his counsel, that they will leave in a multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. So that's my thing. So do I have a scholar's firsthand source? That can be argued, but the thing is, I hold scripture over anything.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, right?
Evidence right there.
Let's talk about your evidence. So when we're talking about the Syrians and they're deporting the Israelites from Samaria, right? So it says they are sent to Hala, Goshen, and Medes, right? So what would the river be that you would, if it said they were taking over a river, right? And keep in mind the Euphrates is right there.
No. It said over waters.
Waters. The Euphrates is right there.
King J.
Yes.
Let's go back to it.
We can talk about the Red Sea. We can talk about the Jordan River. So these are the rivers that they would have to be taken from Samaria to get to Babylon.
To carry somebody over a river, they just would have said, "Oh, carry him over the river," or carry him over something in that context. This specifically says carry them over. See, here. This is what I want you to focus
on. Let's identify the river.
King J, I'm gonna read it verbatim again.
Yes.
The context. He carried them over the waters.
Okay.
Rivers
What
not
waters?
used.
Let's identify the
King J,
waters.
King J, just let me finish, and then we'll identify it. He carried them over the waters, and so came they. Here's the key. Here's the key in the context. Into another land where never mankind dwelt. So the thing is, you said carry him over the Euphrates. So if you go over the Euphrates, was mankind there?
Well,
yes.
Wait. They were sent to hold on. They were sent to Hala, Goshen, and Medes. Now we would have to go and look to see
that's where mankind dwelt.
Brother, we don't know if those lands were inhabited yet.
God.
So I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking you. So look, the starting point is Samaria.
Go ahead, King J.
And they're being sent over waters where no man has dwelt before. So I'm suggesting that body of water was probably the Euphrates River, right? So I'm entertaining your logic. So let's say they were sent to Hala, Goshen, and Medes, right? Where did they go from there?
All of them. Huh? King J, brother, King J, respectfully. Not that. Hold on. When you said where? Goshen and Medes?
Hala and Medes.
Hala and Medes. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing here, King J.
That's what the text says.
But does it say all? Does it say all of them were sent there?
No, we're not arguing about all. The conversation is about the location.
I know we're not arguing about all because
the conversation is about the location of Arzareth. That's the only thing we're talking about right now. So all I'm asking you is that how did they get there? Where's Arzareth is at? Where did they go from?
Go ahead, King J. My bad, brother.
You're suggesting Arzareth is America.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just simply asking you. So if they were carried, you suggesting they were carried over waters. You saying by boat?
Yes.
Okay,
boat, ship.
It doesn't say that.
Yes. I agree. It don't say that. Let's go back to the text. He carried them over the waters. So
who carried them over? The Assyrians?
King J.
I'm just being.
If we go back into antiquity, how would somebody get carried over water? You ain't gonna walk over it. And here's my other key point, because I asked you a question too. You didn't answer my question. Okay, my question was because it says where mankind never dwelt. Mm-hmm. You said they went into me. Where else?
Hala and Goshen.
Okay, so here's my question to you.
The world was their neighborhood.
But this is my question to King J. Was there people there?
I'm not sure. I can look.
My God, King J.
I can look that up,
brother. Please, brother.
I can look it up,
brother.
People where,
brother.
Where they were dispersed to in the lands of Hala, Medes, and Goshen. He's asking where those lands are.
Listen, King J, where mankind never dwelt. So my question again: was there people in Medes and Goshen and that other place you said? Was there people there?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my point. Thank you. Of course, because I know who the Medes are. I know who people of Goshen is. It was people there.
So where? This
scripture says where mankind never dwelt.
Hold on, listen.
You dodged that part, King J.
Omar, listen. According to your logic, the Bible says they were sent to Hala, Medes, and Goshen. So you're suggesting that they were sent there, but at the same time, on some boats, the same people sent a different group across to America?
Yes. And you know how I come up with that answer?
Okay.
Yes. How I come up with that answer. Yeah. They sent some of the Israelites to those other places you said. It wasn't all the Israelites.
So that would mean the Assyrians had knowledge of America, right?
That would assume that the Assyrians had knowledge of America to ship Israelites to America. That does just makes that's nonsense, though.
So let's get back to this scripture. Whom
No, just question, Omar. Omar, question.
Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried. So I don't think that's speaking directly like Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, actually jumped on the boat and took him over there. No, what he did, he let him go. He let him go, and he wrote the creed to give them their freedom to get the hell up out of here and go wherever they wanted to go. Like you said, though, King J, you are partially right. Some of them did go into those other lands, but there were a few dispersed that went on boats that came into the lands of Israel, aka the so-called Americas. That's my argument.
You making that up though, brother? That's
I'm
conjecture.
not making that up.
That's conjecture, because you are saying that this term Ozareth is the Americas. So we just have to accept what you're saying with no evidence.
Here's my evidence. So, like I said,
like wow, what? It just doesn't make sense. The Americas,
it does make sense,
any other place,
brother. You agree?
And then he didn't read the passage, right? So it says, but they took counsel among
I got it. Go ahead,
King the multitude of
I did read the whole passage.
Into a further country which man never dealt, that they might keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land, and they entered into Euphrates.
No, pull up the KJV, man.
I'm reading.
I already know what you're doing. You ain't reading.
Brother, I'm reading what it said. It says, and they entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. So this is
man. Look, King J, what I'm reading, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took the counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen. So, like I said, a multitude. So that means,
brother, right here. When I asked you,
you're partially right.
Brother, hold on.
You're partially right.
No, brother. When I asked you about the river that they were carried over, I suggested it was the Euphrates, and that's what it says right here. So it says
it can't be the.
Why can't it? Brother, listen. According to the scripture, this text right here, it says they were carried over the Euphrates first, and from there, they traveled a year and a half. So you're not even reading the whole journey, the whole thing. It says for those.
Hey, hold on, King J.
Hold on. I'm reading.
And go forth into a further country where mankind never dwelt. So the other brother said that I was correct because
so it's suggesting they're walking.
Brother. You specifically said they went into Mead. You said Mead. Where else? Goshen. Where else?
Listen.
They did, King J. I partially agree with you, but the thing is, I'm saying that there was a remnant of people. There was a remnant of people that came over here. So you are partially right.
You're not
some of them did go there.
Where does it say that?
You're not dealing with the scripture. King J.
Let me reread it again.
Where mankind never dwelt. So the part that you got to deal with, King J, this specifically says where mankind never dwelt. So the question was people in need? Was people in Goshen? Was people in that other place? And the answer is yes. Okay, so you have to stick to the scripture where mankind never dwelt. Come on, King J. You know what, King J? King J, I'm gonna let you go. Respectfully.
First Chronicles.
No. Real quick, King J. You don't have to agree with my standpoint, but I I want you to at least say I can understand where you're coming from.
I can't because you're not articulating yourself correctly.
Mankind never dwelt.
And you're not answering the question. So listen, let's read the scripture and come up with some common sense. So it says, the journey to Nazareth.
Other brother agree with me. Go ahead, King J.
Bro, I just want to read it and so it says, the journey to Nazareth, the hidden land. This is the specific text from the Apocrypha that describes the decision to leave those populated areas for an uninhabited land. So they left a populated area for an uninhabited land.
So for those, so Ezra's, 2nd Ezra 13, 43-45. It's in the King James Version. It says, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Osea the king, whom Salmanar, or whatever it's pronounced, the king of Assyria, led away captive. Salmanazar. The king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters. So the king of Assyria carried them over the waters into their new land. But they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where man never dwelt. So let's stop right there. So where Salmanazar took them, it was populated. They, according to the text, they decide to go further where mankind never dwelt. So when you're saying was Hala, Medes, and goes and populated, yes, it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be unpopulated.
Conversation over. Shalom. Conversation over. Shalom.
Oh,
it's
snap.
over. It's
Hey,
over.
gentlemen.
Shalom. Yo, King J, you just unalived your own self.
Brother, you just unalive yourself.
Brother.
I'm reading the text.
I let you cook where mankind never dwelt. You yourself.
That's where they want to go, from the country they're at. From the country they're at, they're wanting to go to somewhere that they've never dwelt.
Was people in Goshen?
Yes.
Was people in
Mead? Yes.
Mead? Was people in Mead?
Yes.
What's that third place you said again?
Goshen, Hala, Mead. That's where they were sent.
In Hala. Well, hold on. Was people in Hala?
Yes.
Okay, where mankind never dwelt. Shalom.
That's not what the text says.
Based upon scripture.
Brother,
based upon scripture. No, this conversation's over. This conversation is over, King J.
Yeah, because you daggered yourself.
No, mankind never dwelt. You yourself just said people dwelt in those 3 places. So based upon scripture.
Brother Omar, according to the scripture, they're supposed to be there.
Based upon scripture.
Brother, I'm reading 2nd Esdras 41. It says, but they took count, brother. Let me read the scripture without cutting me off. Because the scripture cuts you. It says, verse 41, it says, but they took this counsel among themselves. So what does that mean? It means that they sat among themselves and made a decision. What was the decision? That they would leave.
Out where they was going to go.
That they would leave. So where are they at?
Brother, keep going.
Where are they at right now?
Keep going, King J.
They are in Hala, Medes, and Goshen right now.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to close out. Can you guys do closing remarks?
Okay,
it's on you, King J.
Appreciate it.
I got a show boy chest coming up.
So we're just having a discussion about the Azra. So when it talks about the mixed multitude and where they were sent to, it says they were sent to Hala, Goshen, and Medes. 41 says, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country. So they're deciding at this point they're going to leave Hala, Goshen, and Medes, and they're going to go further into a country that where man has never dwelt. That's what this says. It doesn't say that the Syrians took them from Samaria and took them straight from Samaria to Azareth. It does not say that. It says they were taken to Hala, Goshen, and Medes, and from that point on, they made the decision to leave and go into a further country where never mankind has dwelt, and they walked. I end with that.
Looking out, King J, you know what I'm saying? You know, respectfully, the thing is, on my closing statement, I'm looking at it from your lens, and you know what? It kind of makes sense from your lens, but this is where you fall short. You, brother, what you just said, and this audience heard you. You said that they walked. You unalived yourself right there. Carry them over the waters. You just said that they walked. That's body bag number 1. Body bag number 2, where mankind never dwelt. So they had to go into a land to where it wasn't no people. So I think if to the audience, if you
look at it from my lens. Hold on. Specifically, scriptorial. They didn't walk. They were carried over the waters. You don't walk over no large body of water. That point's dead. Point number 2, where mankind never dwelt. So it couldn't be no people there. So, respectfully, King J, his whole argument fell apart. And the reason why his argument fell apart, I'm specifically talking, this is key, specifically talking scriptorial. And I'll land with that. Shout out to your platform, brother, for inviting me on. Shout out to King J too, because even though I can respectfully disagree with my brother, we are brothers at the end of the day, and I still got respect for my brothers. So much love, man.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. 2 intellectual warriors, 1 explosive.
I was muted. You couldn't even hear me. I said appreciate you 2 gentlemen. Oh yeah, dropped off. I'm sure I'll catch him later. Appreciate you 2 gentlemen. Have a show coming up with Roy Chess in about 15 minutes. Make sure you check that out. We have a face-off tonight as well. But this Saturday, one you're not going to want to miss.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. 2 intellectual warriors, 1 explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League.
And sometime this week, maybe tomorrow, I think that's what we're going for. We are going to have Elder Yara in the Argument Alley.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in, where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
And this Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, one you're definitely not going to want to miss.
Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
And if you want to check that one out, make sure you subscribe right now to Titans Debate League here on YouTube. YouTube.com/@Titans Debate League, baby. Let's get it. Now I'm going to end with the song by Connie Son, Same Heart. One of my homies from my hometown. He's an Ohio native. I usually check him out on Spotify, but you can listen to him on all platforms. Go ahead over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. And again, the name of this song is Same Heart by Connie Son. And remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Peace.
We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never honing it level. Think about letting that thing small, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss him. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never honed in the level. Think about letting that thing small, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hate, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hate, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in front. I told younger nigga make him something, you told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother, even through it all still know that I love you, but every second I think I trust you. I'm dead, I'm smart in the game, you made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane, I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain, and they draw like a mark to a flame. How far I done came, you was not part of the blame, you was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it, they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hate, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never honed in the level. Think about letting that thing small, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigm, paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming.
Trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets, with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep a running the weapon. Blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the goddess. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame, ain't no stopping us now. When my spirit is tightness, they wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. Yes, they can try as they can. It'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man. Wanna put out my flame. They don't know nice is eternal. Knock a nice light infernos. They're trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man. Wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These stitches be fluent.
Murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Being broke, leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. See, I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I see I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with.
Yeah. Woo. What? Woo. Yo. Woo. Hear the sounds of the trumpets. Stuck the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down and lay down when we stomping. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we stomping. This the clash of the titans. In the dimension where infinity gauntlet is a mere toy.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Hear the sounds of the trumpets. Start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we stomping. This the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets. Start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stomping. This the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets. Start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stomping. This the clash of the titans. In a dimension where infinity gauntlet is a mere toy compared to intellectual prowess. Build.
Yeah. Yeah. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupac in, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Yeah. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupac in, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Follow us through the hypogeum to the Coliseum. I'm talking Machiavellian tactics mixed with Panther pride. The ghost of a fiend walking right by my side. It's the Theosophia, the concrete spiritual warfare. Plotting on the liberation while the system just stare. Pac saw the maze, saw the traps in the code. Told us thug life was the acronym to help us explode. Out the poverty cycle, out the mental cage. Redefining the criminal onto revolutionary stage. He wasn't just rapping, he was building the front. Uniting the Crips and the Bloods on the hunt. For a peace treaty signed in the blood of the block. Turning the hood to a nation steady ticking the clock. From the hypogeum, that's the cell of the deep. Where the secrets of the struggle and the answers to sleep. To the Coliseum floor where they want us to bleed. But we switching the script, playing a different exceed. It's socialistic visions through a gold rim lens. Trying to feed the whole tribe, not just counting the ends. Class war in the lyrics, soul searching in the bars. NGA, I navigating by the Tupacian stars. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupacian, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupacian, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Follow us through the hypogeum to the Coliseum. Yeah! It's the study of God through the eyes of the oppressed. Theosophy in the gutter, unity of death. Follow the light through the underground. We going from the pits to the stage. NGA. Yeah.